is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. He'll sue the rest.
もっと暖かくなるエアコンに変えてください。
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. You're the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. You're the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup.
Ooh, what's up, everybody? Happy Saturday. Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. That's Phil S. Marks.
Fucking Mark!
And the S is for smart. And ladies and germs, we are here today to talk some pro wrestling. I have UFC Houston on right now as well. Sean Strickland's fighting. We have a little bit of like fight stuff. We'll talk about TKO related adjacent stuff, right? Because they're, I don't know, on the MMA side of things, like people are not happy with TKO either. You know, MMA fans are very upset with the way they've been conducting UFC, and there's been a lot of news coming out about that. Of course, WWE has taken a lot of flack because they're blacking out cities from watching these shows. We're going to talk about that and how it relates to this whole overarching TKO, what they're doing overall. Britt Baker and Deonna Purrazzo are begging to get booked by Tony Khan, the best guy, Brian. Okay. They're begging to get booked. Also, Janel Grant spoke about Vince McMahon. We're going to talk about that. It is Sicko Saturday as well. We should have time for a Sicko segment tonight, and I hope everybody had a good week. Next week on Saturday for the Chamber, I'm not gonna be with you guys. I might stream on Sunday, do a review show for it. I might stream Friday again, maybe watch SmackDown with you guys. We did a Friday stream that was super fun the other week, mixing it up. But yeah, I'm busy next Saturday, and I'm actually gonna have to check the Chamber either late at night or fucking on Sunday. So yeah, I'm excited for it big time. Raw and SmackDown, I feel, have been really strong. Like, I thought SmackDown was really good, man. I know people are hating. The crowd was hot as shit. There was some surprise wins for the Chamber. Julia looked fucking awesome with Kiana James not by her side, and then Kiana James looked really good, just like doing her own thing and pinning Charlotte and shit. And I thought SmackDown was just way stronger, and it was like a solid for 3 hours. It was like they filled the 3 hours nicely, and then they had the mystery box. Hey, what's in the bowl, bitch? What's in the box? Good. They got this fucking box flying around from city to city. It's so fucking dumb, but it's so good. You know, it's so good. It just, I don't know. I don't know if the payoff can possibly be worth it with a thing in a box. I put my dick in a box. You know, what can come out of a box? The old Jim Cornette saying, hey, you come out of a box, you're automatically over. Oh, man.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
It's so good, you know? Like, what's in there? If a person's in there, it's like, okay, that doesn't really make sense, you know? But they could do it. The funniest was when Sting, like, they did this fucking 30-minute long segment where they're like gonna unveil this fucking statue. You guys remember it? And then this is in WWE when he's feuding with Seth, and then it was just Sting behind the curtain. He's just standing behind there, not moving for fucking 35 minutes, you know. But it's crazy because on Netflix, SmackDown is just straight up 3 hours. You know, whereas Raw is like 2:30 or like 2:40 or 2:15. So, you know, depending on what they decide to do, SmackDown is just straight up 3, like with everything they keep in there. So it's crazy. It's like longer than Raw now. I never thought we'd see the day. We're like SmackDown's a longer ass show than Raw, but I don't know. I think they've been really strong shows. NXT's been, I would say NXT is kind of not as quite as exciting, but then the ratings are still doing great, and it's still good shit all around. Like, I don't get why NXT gets as much hate as it does. I swear it's just fake. But yeah, and then we have Britt Baker, though, crying for help. Deonna Purrazzo publicly, which, again, we've been chronicling here for quite some time. Deonna Purrazzo's subtle, hey, can I get booked? Am I getting booked? Angel Ortiz did the same thing. And now Purrazzo's just being very overt with it. And then we have some Janel Grant stuff, okay? And then also lots of other things as well. Dynamite's been like, you know, AEW's been doing their thing too. I'm pretty sure Collision's on. I'll probably throw it on, but right now I got UFC on. Is Collision on right now? When does it start? I think in like an hour or 45 minutes. So let's get into some stuff. Ladies and germs. Let's head over here and let's get bad news Wade Barrett in here because it's time for bad news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
The drop for the indie news. So Lucha Blog posts this. D'Amore says MLP is the first Canadian wrestling company to exist since 1984, and CMLL is their first partnership. CMLL has had Canadian wrestlers come, but never an interchange with Canadian promotion. Wrestlers going back and forth, TBA. And here's Scott D'Amore with a little announcement here. He's teaming up with CMLL again. So this is something that isn't, speaking of overt, this is something that isn't very overt, and people are like, well, we've heard that. But like, I'm telling you, motherfuckers, Maple Leaf Pro has a thing worked out with AEW. And I'm pretty sure it began before the TNA stuff. And this is just further evidence of that as they're aligning with CMLL, right? Anyways, here's Scott D'Amore. Shout him out. Good for them. I'm not hating on it. I'm just pointing this out.
The first Canadian wrestling
people are mad about TNA. Well, Maple Leaf Pro, you know, there you go.
Company to exist since 1984 when the WWE acquired Maple Leaf Wrestling. And we're honored to have our first official partnership here with CMLL to bring Lucha Libre.
And CMLL, Josh Alexander is the Canadian champion of MLP, and then he's taken the belt to CMLL and all this shit. So this is their like Canadian outlet of AEW's global expansion. Global Wars. Brought to you by Phil Marks and NordVPN. No. But in WWE's world, sphere, bubble, their Canadian outlet in a way is TNA, although TNA is very much they have a presence in America, obviously, but part of the whole turnaround, you know, they were doing a lot of shit in Canada, and of course Anthem, Canadian billionaires or whatever. Anyways,
to Canada.
He went. I'm pumped. Good for him. Hopefully he gets Mystico. Hopefully he draws up $1 billion and blows everything up in the world of indie wrestling. So speaking of indie wrestling, Alpha One Wrestling debuts on Rogers TV February 28th. This expands our cable TV viewership to multiple cities across Southern Ontario. So again, wrestling is blowing up. People in the television world want to get involved in pro wrestling. And that's a shoot, brother. So Scotty Too Hottie got to share a special moment with his son inside the ring, a double worm. I didn't even know he had a son.
Exhausted. Stick with it.
Roddy Too Hottie.
Oh, who does it better? It's like looking in a mirror. The fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree, Ethan.
Yeah, what's his name? Roddy Too Hottie. That's terrible. So, speaking of indies and whatnot, New Japan's Fred Rosser, formerly known as Darren Young in WWE, confirms he's helping to coach Sting's son, Stephen Borden. And the coaching is pretty full-time with me. I'm working with Sting's son, Stephen Borden, helping to groom him privately and helping him. You what? No, I'm joking. And helping him become all that he's created to be inside the ring. He's working hard, doing some dark matches, getting some reps out in front of a crowd. That means a lot to me. So that's a personal project that I'm trying to conquer. And yeah, I mean, Fred Rosser, he knows the WWE style. He went out and did some good shit in New Japan as well. He won some titles, and the Primetime Players were making $1 million moves back in the day. I used to love those guys. So that's Darren Young, right? Yeah, Fred Rosser. So shout him out, and you know, the kids will be all right, as they say. Kurt Angle made an appearance at Progress Wrestling, and he sang "Sexy Kurt." He's just a sexy. Hey. Hell yeah, dude. That fucking rules. That's awesome. In other news here, Paul Walter Hauser, of course, wrestles for, I think, MLW, GCW, AEW, something. He's all over the place. But he confirmed he's attached to portray Mick Foley in a limited series. And he says, we can kind of break that news. I haven't said it yet, but I'm attached to play Mick in a limited series. We haven't got out to market with it yet, but it's happening. I bet he'll knock that out of the park. I think he's playing Farley as well, which I think he can pull off. Because you got to remember, too, it's not always just about looking exactly like the person. You have to be able to convey, like, first off, embody them, and then also sort of convey, like, the dramatic aspects. That's why The Rock crushed it as Mark Kerr. You know, he just comes across, he just got Mark Kerr's mannerisms down, and just the realism he brings to Smashing Machine. I just watched The Roof Man with Channing Tatum last night, and it's like based on a true story about this guy who like lived in a fucking Toys R Us, and he like donated a bunch while he's like on the run. He escaped from prison, and he was, you know, donating to a church like these toys and all of this stuff, and he was like this very nice fellow, and he would like rob McDonald's and shit with a gun, but he was like, look, dude, just, you know, here's your coat, get in the fridge. And Channing Tatum did a good job of just like portraying this fucking greaseball who is like really nice guy, but clearly has a screw loose, and he might not look exactly like the dude, but it's, especially when it comes to these celebrities, you know, there's more than that. Like, it's a celebrity playing a celebrity. So interesting. I'm pumped for it. Say what you will about like Paul Walter Hauser and his taste in wrestling and what he does in matches and shit. But as an actor, I think he's good. I think he pretty much knocks it out of the park in whatever the fuck he's in. So I think he'll do a good job as Mick Foley. Bang, bang. So we have some combat sport news, and then we have some controversial news. So here's the first look at the Zuffa boxing belt. And there's Nick Khan and Dana White. And there's the belt. And again, I'm not going to boo-boo face over it. Like, people get over it well, maybe that's not a good thing. Like, UFC's titles used to be way better, and now they look like some Power Ranger fucking belt. But like, they've kind of grown on me, and they've won some people over, I think, especially with like putting the rubies. You put like a stone in there, so each of these silver stones, like if you defend the title, it turns into a red. They like put a ruby in there or whatever, or a red diamond or some shit. And that's what they do on the new UFC ones. And it's okay. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but like, if that was in WWE, that kind of looks like the NXT title now. You know what I'm saying? But you take a look at some of these, like the WBC title and the WBO. I mean, these aren't too much better either. But yeah, everybody will just have this same belt. Like, each weight class will have this same looking ass belt, and I'm just not the biggest fan of it. I gotta be honest. But it is what it is. Also, Floyd Money Mayweather is coming out of retirement for a professional boxing fight after the Mike Tyson fight in spring. And like, that is going to be some complete and utter garbage. Let's just be honest. Like, what the fuck? They're in two completely different planets when it comes to weight class. They're older. They're not like Tyson's not going to starch Floyd. Floyd could not starch Tyson. So maybe he could in his older years, but I don't know, man. So Ronda Rousey had this to say when it comes to this fight. And this is huge when it comes to like TKO and everything. Like, it's just so telling. And this is what people have been saying forever. And this is why they just throw these prospects to the wolves in UFC. UFC with their fucking uniforms, they've become bland. Like, they have fighter uniforms, for those of you who don't know. Like, it used to be, I think, Reebok did them, and now Venom does them. But essentially, they're these trunks that, you know, if you fight in the one corner, you get a selection out of like 3 designs, and then the other side, it's the same 3 designs, but like the away colors, quote unquote. It's so fucking stupid. And then they give some people custom trunks. But like back in the day, dudes would show up looking like NASCAR. Like, you'd pull up it. Chuck Liddell had his Iceman trunks, you know, Tito had his fire trunks. You'd have a Dude Wipes ad on your ass or something. Like, it was way better. It was way cooler. And the boys could make way more money that way. And now it's more uniform. And these are a lot of these changes that were slowly implemented that took, like, famously, Matt Mitrione had to take his fucking Jordans off because they had a shoe deal with Reebok or The Rock. Like, The Rock sponsor, his shoes are the official shoes of the UFC and shit. And like, I'm not hating on that. That's capitalism. That's the way of the world. But on the MMA side, man, people just are sitting there scratching their heads like, why the fuck isn't UFC making the best fights? You know? And they're gouging too. UFC gouges for fucking tickets, but again, they don't have any problem selling the tickets. Like, they sell them all. They have no problem with it. And Dana White recently admitted, like under oath, pretty much what people assume, that like he has nothing to do with anything. It's Hunter Campbell and Mick Maynard who do the matchmaking, and Hunter Campbell actually is Dana White. Like, what you think Dana White is, that's what Hunter Campbell's job is, or what he used to do, what Dana used to do. This came out as well, that like Hunter Campbell is just officially like Dana White, but Dana White, and now he's over there signing 1-fight deals. Like, while these fighters are starving, while UFC fighters are fighting for fucking, you know, the main event, you know, Hamzat Chimaev or whoever the fuck might get $500K to show and then $500K to win in a title fight. Fighting the baddest dude in the world, could get head kicked, choked out, elbowed, whatever the fuck. Dana White signing Conor Benn to a 1-fight, $15 million deal just to stick it to Eddie Hearn. I know we're getting off in the weeds with boxing and MMA here, but it just goes to show you, like, he's just there as the face that runs shit. And it makes you wonder a little bit. And obviously Triple H has great influence in the creative, and Nick Khan and them respect him greatly. But again, Triple H is sort of in that position as well when it comes to WWE. But that's more of a good thing, because WWE, you just have to be free to let your creative loose and whatnot. And obviously, like, the buck stops with Nick Khan and all of that. But he's going to sit back and listen to and consult with Triple H. He's a very, very smart businessman. Now, as far as business, UFC's crushing it as far as their deal with Paramount and all of this stuff. But this is another fuck up. A lot of people are pointing out, like, why didn't they do the Rousey-Carano fight? And Ronda Rousey sort of shed some light on all this. Like, and she exposes they're not looking to make money with fights anymore. They're just looking to put on the cheapest fights possible. And it's fucking shitty, man.
She didn't end up with Dana.
Nickel and diming all the fans.
He ended up with Jake Paul. Is that part of the saga?
Yes, it very much is. Well, originally I wanted to do it for New Year's. You know, I went to him and I'm like, dude, you always say that I'm the best fighter you ever worked with. Like, reward me for it. Don't punish me for being easy to work with. Give me the best deal you ever gave anybody. And he goes, all right, I'm going to go back and get you the best deal I ever had. So he came back and he's like, literally brought me a deal where I would make more per pay-per-view buy than anybody in history. Like, if I hit my historical numbers, which I know we would have been able to exceed, I would have like made as much as I did in my entire career. But Gina needed more time. And it happened to go to the other side of when ESPN deal and the pay-per-view model would be ending and they would be going to streaming. They didn't want to set a precedent of giving me the guaranteed money that I deserve, because once I raised raise that tide, it lifts all the boats. They just made a $7.7 billion deal at Paramount. So it's in their best interest, actually, not to put on the best fights possible, but to spend as little as money as possible so that he can keep it. Dana's now legally obligated to maximize shareholder value. It's not.
And this is where Netflix has an edge, guys, because Netflix pays the UFC or WWE to use their content. They're the one who pays, right? Paramount paid to get UFC shit on their platform, right? So if Netflix is doing their own fights, like Netflix MMA, MVP, most in association with most valuable promotions, and Netflix present, then they are now, yeah, we'll put up the money to get all the fucking eyeballs. We'll put on the biggest fights. Like the whole fucking game could honestly shift. And again, we live in a day and age where people thought that WWE would never go to pay-per-view, and they were or pardon me, would never leave pay-per-view, and that they were ahead of the curve with the network and all that. And then now you have UFC with the same thing. You know, they went away from pay-per-view, which nobody thought would fucking happen. And it's just the whole landscape of shit has changed. But it just goes to show you, man. And this fight could outdraw whatever the fuck UFC's doing on Paramount. Like Netflix has way more people than Paramount has people watching it. So
just about,
interesting,
you know, proving the concept of fighting.
But it just shows you like what TKO's doing, man. And yeah.
And putting on the best fights possible and proving that this is a sport to be taken seriously. Now that they've sold the company, it's kind of out of Dana's hands, unfortunately. And now it's falling onto Hunter Campbell and UFC Corp, where they don't care about putting on the best fights possible. They care about putting on the most cost effective fights possible. So it no longer made sense for me to go over there, because they didn't want to pay us the money that we deserve, because then for the rest of the time of the deal, they're going to have to pay everybody else more. And so then I decided to look elsewhere.
Yeah. So this, you know, Ant Evans, who I don't even know what he does, but he worked in TNA. He worked for UFC. He basically invented how their Hall of Fame works, and fucking WWE uses that now by like inducting matches and fights into the Hall of Fames. Like that was Ant Evans. I interviewed him on PWT before. And he's pointed out, like, dude, this Rousey fight could end up outdrawing, and it will outdraw, like eyeballs wise, whatever UFC does on Paramount. Now UFC's still the pinnacle. Like they still have the best of the best of the best of the best fighters. Technically, for sure they do. And that's been proven because guys from PFL and Bellator have come over to UFC and got G-checked. Like they got Patchy Mix, I think, is out of UFC already. Like that dude got fraud checked, went 0-2 and fucking dipped out. And he'll go be world champion wherever the fuck else. But the thing with that makes MMA special is an element that's gone. Like, you know, it existed greatly in Pride FC, but sort of that pro wrestling freak show element a little bit of like Brock Lesnar walks in 3 fights, he's the world heavyweight champion in the UFC. Things like that, you know, we want to see we want to see the big name fights happen under the UFC banner, and like Carano versus Rousey is a huge what if for everyone. However, for me, they announced that the co-main is also Claressa Shields versus Cyborg, which I'm sorry, Cyborg's going to just murk Claressa Shields. Like that's all that's going to happen. And she's going to leg kick her and take her down. Fucking strangle her, you know? So to me, the card is like, that's not, if we're talking like what is the cream of the crop, the best fighters in the world, that's not it. Like, you know, but this opens the door for people to go, hey, I'm one of the best in the world. Netflix, what's up? My UFC contract is up. Are you guys trying to build stars? What is Jake Paul interested in doing in MMA? Is he really trying to build stars, or is he just trying to do freak show fights to pop Netflix numbers and keep a deal between him and MVP? Now the ball's in his court, but this opens the door now to hopefully like, hey, A guy like Francis Ngannou, you know, he was the world heavyweight champion of UFC. He fucking dipped out. Went and boxed Fury. Like, what does this mean for the future of the sport? And what you know, what is Netflix going to do? It's very, very interesting. It's very interesting. But yeah, if I was in the UFC right now, I would feel slapped in the fucking face after that Conor Benn announcement. Dana White signed this guy Conor Benn to $15 million for a 1-fight deal as well. So like in the long term, he could just turn around and be like, "Yeah, I don't want to Zuffa box anymore." Like if I'm in the UFC, if I'm Sugar Sean O'Malley, I'm fucking just switching to Zuffa boxing, if that's possible. Make way more fucking money if you have a name and shit. It's just
But you
cooked.
didn't end up with Dana. You ended up
Like
with
Dana's going hard for the boxing. That's fine. That's always been his dream. He was always a bigger boxing fan than MMA fan. But, you know, you're talking about like for Paramount. Oh, the White House card. The White House card. It's like the fact it's at the White House is the marketing. If they don't care about like, oh, we're gonna fucking drop millions and give you a fucking super, like a crazy fight you just wouldn't see coming. That's what made UFC 200 special, was like Brock Lesnar came back and shit like that. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, it's good business. You know, it's good for them and their business. Speaking of incredibly unfortunate, Florida indie wrestler Lucero was detained by ICE despite pending asylum case. So an indie wrestler got scooped. I mean, what the fuck? Her husband, Noah Lazega, told NBC that Lucero called him during the detention, allowing him to record the interaction. She said agents claimed they were running plates in the area, but allegedly did not respond when asked what probable cause they had to stop her. Lucero's attorney, Justin Gould, pushed back strongly on the detention, stressing that she has no criminal record and has followed proper legal channels. He also criticized what he views as the broader approach to enforcement. This is a person, once again, who entered legally, who filed a case legally as a dependent through her parents, and has been in this country with no criminal record. So now it is basically everybody's illegal unless otherwise noted, and it's just not okay. That's fucked, man. Cops just fucking with you too. Like, come on, man. It's just, hopefully that all gets worked out. Super depressing. But this is America, as Childish Gambino once said. And Kayla Braxton, aka, what was her name in WWE? Kayla Becker. Oh yeah, Kayla Braxton's her WWE name, and then Kayla Becker's her real name, if I'm not mistaken. Lex, am I mistaken or am I?
I don't know.
Me neither, bud. Okay, so Kayla Braxton reveals that she used to get in trouble for posting political things online when she worked for WWE, and calls for Donald Trump to be removed from the Hall of Fame. And I think I have the video of this, so I'm not going to read this in a ditzy gal voice. I think I have the, here we go. Let's listen to Kayla.
Sorry, one more last thing to say. Going back to me working at WWE, and I would get in trouble when I posted like political things, because every once in a while I get riled up. Here's what I think WWE should do. President Donald Trump was in our WWE Hall of Fame. I don't know if he's still in it. They may have quietly dismissed him from that. I really don't know. But I think what WWE should do, now that the Epstein files have been released, and there's like no question that
Okay, but here's my only problem when people do this. Well, the Epstein files were released, and I know I joke about it a lot. It's really fucked up, but it's like, are you in the entertainment industry? Oh, really? Then you're not allowed to be anymore, because it's like the whole thing is fucking, if you're paying attention to the quote unquote Epstein files and what's out there, like not allowed to watch Forrest Gump. And no, but like, you know what I mean? You're not allowed to fucking, no one can sit on this high horse. Like if you're an actress, you're trying to get acting gigs. Okay, well, the Epstein files, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is your goal? To get invited to that shit? That's all that it is. That's the end game for all these people, is they get their fucking stranglehold on you and corrupt you or don't. Is that what you want? Is that your goal in life? Then quit acting, you know? It's the most disturbing shit. And I'm not even trying to sweep I think the whole thing is fucked up, but you guys know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, man. To single out, he should be removed from the WWE Hall of Fame because you're talking to wrestling fans. It's kind of cringe.
And is evil. I think they should do a publicly revoking.
We got to take away all the awards then from the fucking actors who, all the celebs clapping for fucking Roman Polanski after he ran away to fucking Paris. And you know what I mean? Like, who are we fucking... It's everyone. Everyone who made a sour face when Ricky Gervais made that fucking joke at that thing. You're not allowed to watch any other shit then. They all need to give their awards back to. It's like, that shouldn't even be the focus. The focus should be like, did people do the shit that people are alleging? Not even alleging. What are in these fucking files? They should all be like arrested and shit. That should be the focal point. I don't care about their fake wrestling awards,
Of his Hall of Fame status. I think that would be one of the coolest, most like leadership things that they could possibly do. Hey, Mr. Donald Trump.
But have you seen the Dow? Oh, God. Tim, shout out fucking Tim Dillon. Buddy.
You are no longer in the WWE Hall of Fame. I want a statement, a celebration, a parade, whatever.
You should thank Ball for the Dow.
That'd be, you know what? I think they should be a leader. They should go ahead and start this. Let's go ahead and start this. What do you think? Okay. I'm going to go to the gym. I clearly have some energy that I need to work off. Sorry.
I don't know, man. It's just like, yeah. But speaking of like disgusting, weird shit, Vince McMahon pops up in the news again, and we have like body cam footage. Oh, okay. Well, there was a video of Vince McMahon. So this is him and his car crash that happened on the morning of Hulk Hogan's death. Okay. And then there was also body cam footage where he was cursing himself up. He's like, "Oh, you fucking fool. I'm a fool, pal. Yeah, I'm a goddamn fool. How dare you, Speed? How the fuck? Pal, I don't even know how my foot got this heavy, pal." Let's see if we have Vince McMahon body cam footage. Because I thought I bookmarked it, but he was like shaming himself. Right? So we see these here. I'll just share this tab. And like Vince is like, he was shaming himself. God damn it, stupid fucking fool. Oh, oh man. He asked if anyone was injured and when told no, he seemed relieved. Oh shit, that's a miracle. I was actually asleep, pal. Yeah, I was sleeping. My new gimmick is I'm a NASCAR driver. So you see here, he just looks like an old fucking fool here. And here's them walking up to the car. So let's first watch this footage of his actual crash, and then I think they have him walking up to the car. And if not, I have. Like, look at this. Oh my God. Yeah. I survived it. It was me. Someone cut my brakes. Oh, well, pal. Kevin Sullivan cut my goddamn brakes. It's a conspiracy. Oh my God. Okay, so listen to this shit right here. Yeah, this is the full video. Perfect. Shout out the U.S. Sun.
The car, do you need an ambulance? No, I don't. All right. Why were you driving over 100 miles an hour?
No, I don't. I'm all good, pal.
My granddaughter's birthday. I got to get this the next exit. Right. Did you see me trying to catch up to you behind you?
I didn't see that. I saw lights, but it didn't look normal.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up to you, and you keep taking off.
I saw lights, but I thought it was just the Undertaker. I saw lights, but it didn't look normal, pal. I thought Kane was hitting the ring.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to outrun you.
I know. I understand that, but that's why I was very confused. Right? Because it wasn't like you were running. It was just like you almost hit, I think, 115 miles an hour.
Dude, and he got a reckless driving ticket when clearly he fucking fell asleep, was pilled up, was texting on the phone, on a phone call, something like that. It's bullshit, man.
All right, and then you just hit someone because you weren't paying attention. Were you looking at your phone?
Hit a person, almost killed them, deleted himself, fucking evaded police. All of these speeding. He gets a reckless driving.
Trying to drive. No, look at my
The person was right in front of you. There's got to be.
I was just trying to drive. I don't know, pal. Oh, yeah, well, where I'm from, people get the fuck out of my way, are there?
Hit him.
No, I haven't been driving a car in God knows how long.
I haven't driven a car in God knows how long. Yeah, that's not an excuse, buddy.
In front of you, you went straight at it at 100 miles an hour. I'm just making sure you're not having a medical condition or anything. Do you need an ambulance?
No.
All right.
No, fuck no. I was thrown off the cage at Valentine's Day Massacre, pal. Yeah.
Just your registration and your license in here?
No, it's in my pocket.
All right.
Stupid fucking fool. I'm sorry, sir. Are you talking to me? No, I was talking to myself. God damn it! I have to fire myself. Later on, I'm gonna kiss my own ass.
I've been driven this car quite some time.
It's fast, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, too fast.
The fucking airbags that popped out everywhere. Oh man, it's a sight to behold.
Hey, Mr. McMahon, how you doing? Hi, I'm the investigating trooper. Okay. So, how you doing? I know you are. So
Can you send out like Reddit unit?
So Trooper Robbins that was following in the unmarked vehicle said you were doing over 100 miles an hour. All right, before you struck the vehicle. So.
And they just let him fucking use his phone and all this shit. You know, not that he's like, you're going away in cuffs, never to see the fucking light of day again. It's not like that. I get it, but it could have been that. And he's just like on his phone. It's like that bit in Scary Movie 3 that parodies Signs, where it's like Charlie Sheen's character. He's emulating, like he's parodying rather Mel Gibson's character, and then he's walking up to the scene of the accident. You guys know in Signs, spoilers, where like the car hits his wife and then she's like split in two. And then the guy in Scary Movie 3, when they parody it, the guy looks up and he's like, whatever. Hey, George, I'll need a ride home. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but it just reminds me of that. Just no consequences, almost like fucking murked someone on the road.
All right, so I'm going to be issuing you a misdemeanor summons for reckless driving, okay? So it's just going to take me about 10 minutes to write it up. I'll give you a court date, probably within 3 weeks or a month. Do you reside in Connecticut? I'm not sure. Okay, so it'll be, where are we? Westport? Yeah. All right. So it'll be the court right here. I'll give you the...
Oh, man, he's like nervous talking to Vince, dude. How crazy is that? And yeah, Vince was just fucking ghost riding the whip. SWAC fan for 2 says Vince out here in these streets. Oh man, he swerves when he drives. Top rope, catch a vibe. Oh man, Vince, I was just a ghost riding the Phantom, pal. Oh man, it's too good, man. It's too good. It's not too good. It's kind of a fucking silly thing, but we got to make fun of it. So Janel Grant comes out, okay, and she has a lot to say. Her first public appearance since, you know, all of these allegations and all of this suings and people not payings and all of this stuff, right? So we're going to listen to some clips here. We're going to also weigh things out because let's be honest, my whole thing here, and I'm like, whatever the fuck happened to her is horrible. What Vince was doing is terrible. The stories, it's not just her that Paul London's told, and how Vince like enabled people like Laurinaitis and stuff like that to. I'm not ever going to be the one to make excuses for Vince. I roast him harder than anyone. And I am just like good riddance. I don't want him back. I know some people are like, well, Vince would never do this to WWE. I don't give a fuck what Vince would do. By hook or by crook, we got to fucking move on from Vince, guys. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. And that goes for people still bringing up Vince as like, Vince is still in control creatively. And all these things, like those guys, all the way to people who, whatever the fuck. I'm good with no Vince, right? But if let's just be honest and ask the question, if he paid her $3 million, would any of this be an issue? Like if he just paid her the $3 million, would any of this be a thing? Okay. I don't know. So it's just an unfortunate situation in that regard, because I think she would have gotten justice as well if it didn't just sort of appear as though, I don't know, man. It just, someone points out like all the things she was gifted and stuff. We're gonna fucking. I also watched, I just watched The Housemaid with Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, and that fucking guy. I don't even know his name. The guy in that movie, he's got to be he could almost be Batman in Brave and the Bold. If that's what James Gunn's looking for, that dude could be he could be Batman. He could be someone. We'll think about it together, chat. But that movie was really good. And that was about this dude, like, gifting these ladies stuff. And he was a saint, Go and check that movie. It was actually really good. It's actually really good. I didn't expect it. But he was a saint in everybody's eyes. But there might be something more sinister afoot. It's a famous book. I don't know. So, that could totally be the case here too. Like, I'm not dismissing like, oh, well, he gave her a gift, so that means he didn't shit on her head. Like, no, I'm not fucking saying that at all. I'm not aligning with a guy like Andrew Tate. We're gonna listen. Cobra Tate, he chimed in with his fucking take on all this. But it does beg the question though. Like, would we even be here if Vince wasn't just a dumb fuck asshole who goes 150 fucking miles an hour or whatever he was doing, trying to fucking break the sound barrier, crashing into some random person, getting off with a misdemeanor. The cop sounds nervous. Like, he's just getting away with shit. And it's time and time again, this has happened. And also, I believe I might have unbookmarked, I'm not sure, but like Ashley Massaro and that situation, I think, or not that situation, but her name came up in the Epstein list or something. I think it's actually in WWE news, not to try and like attach it to this thing or accuse Vince or anyone of anything. Again, this is South Park. None of it is real, but and I thought I had it bookmarked somewhere, but like Ashley Massaro or something like this was alluded to at one point in the Epstein files, like her name came up or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it was a deleted post by the original poster. That could be the case. Again, this is all, I'm not even a real person, right? I'm one of Tone's clones over here, right? But anyways, let's listen to what Janel has to say, and then we'll sort of break this stuff down a little bit. But she claims WWE asked her to issue a joint public statement calling her relationship with Vince consensual following the initial Wall Street Journal report, which she says she declined. So again, it doesn't mean it wasn't consensual, not defending anyone, but it doesn't mean it was either. She declined for whatever purpose, because she feels it wasn't, or because it would hurt her case to do that. And that would be a way for WWE to go, look, she said it was consensual publicly, but she claims WWE themselves, like the company, asked her to do this to clear it all up, which again, you can say what you want about them now, but this was when Vince was in control of shit and using his company as a fucking shield, using his clout the way he uses his celebrity and riches as a shield to portray something he isn't, or to hide things or whatever the fuck, right? Like he tried to hide, he used the company to fucking pay money for shit. and they had to, you know, audit the company and stuff. It's just his fuck around. Him fucking around got shit on everyone, pun intended, physically and metaphorically. Anyways, here's her first public statement.
And my situation. So does it look like we work in a safe environment when the destination point, if you're hurt, is weaponized use of your experience on live TV every Monday night for months? By their actions and by their reactions, this says a lot more about current leadership than it says about me. So how do we make change in the world? By showing up in it, especially when it's a tough conversation. To the board of TKO, if you didn't know this.
What's crazy though too, like the picture they used of her for so long in the media, and then she still, I mean, she looks good for whatever her age is. I'm not even sure. And obviously the stress of this fucking takes some years off you, but definitely like update your photos, media, because she isn't like a fucking, she looks like she's a 18-year-old girl in the picture they're using, when realistically she's a grown woman, you know.
Part of your origin story, now you know. I hope.
Like she just looks way older and different. Not even shitting on her. I'm not saying she looks bad. We're ageist here at PWT. I don't know if you guys know this.
We'll have conversations with us. I will hope you have conversations amongst yourselves, and I hope that you don't rely on old instincts with new insight. All of you have some say in how my life turns out from
so
here.
Is she, yeah, like she's lashing out at current WWE kind of. And talking about like old instincts with fucking how you conduct yourselves now. They're just putting on wrestling shows, man. God damn it.
Including how quickly I may be able to move on and find help and healing. And leadership perhaps means stepping into the unknown, listening and discussing things, even when they're hard, being willing to take first steps.
So let's say they go, Vince is guilty. Does he go to prison? Is she trying to put him in prison, or is she just trying to get a payment from this? That's what I'm wondering. It's like, does she want him to go to jail for being a criminal? Because if that's the case and she proves he's a fucking criminal, okay. If she's preaching all this shit and trying to get a fucking settlement or whatever, goddamn, you know, it's like, that's not how you're going to bring these people to their knees. But she's saying how we bring them to their knees is confronting the uncomfortable. And it's like, I agree with you, but people's focus, I don't know.
Like
people
we are all right now here today.
On the wrong
I mean,
shit,
this is the second time I've ever even spoken about this. I would have thought there would be one more time by now, right? But it's been the
No, I wouldn't have thought that, because the more you speak, the more it hurts your fucking case. And that's in any legal situation.
So. You. So thank you. And in conclusion, because speaking of healing, there are organizations like the Alliance who are willing to help people like me. And I'm committed to paying it forward and supporting others as they have supported me. I hope this time has helped to enlighten and educate and empower you in service of clarity that lead to dignified and productive conversations that create solutions. And when the right people meet at the right time for the right reasons.
See, she's sitting there going, oh, hopefully it can lead to conversations about people. So you don't want to put a criminal in jail, right? Vince is one of these freaky deaky billionaire powerful motherfuckers, right? And that's not an excuse for, you know, there's people in the fucking, again, the Epstein files, it's not an excuse for the shit they're doing. That qualifies as like demonic. We're talking like fucking freaky deaky billionaire guys, which toes the line. Okay. Are you saying he's a fucking criminal though? That's what I need to know. Like, if she just want money from this and to open up conversations? I don't know.
Mountains can move. We're already taking steps forward today. The people in this room, the people listening, and we're all working forward to evolve, to create something safer and break the cycles that have caused so much fear and so much hurt and so much loss and grief for far too long. On a positive note, I want to say thank you for your time. I look forward to speaking with you, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Working with the media. So Janel Grant referenced this segment. So do you guys remember this segment? The storyline involved Judgment Day member Dominic Mysterio receiving a phone-based message from Liv Morgan that suggested and later showed explicit photos being shared, which viewers connected to allegations in Grant's lawsuit that Vince McMahon showed explicit photos of hers to others in WWE. Janel Grant says WWE weaponized her story in a Judgment Day storyline on Raw. I would not put it above any entertainment, because I've accusations I've alluded to AEW doing the same thing, where you take, like, if people go and Google showing photos WWE or whatever the fuck, this Liv Morgan thing's the Judgment Day thing will pop up. So I wouldn't put that past any media company, although that is kind of conspiratorial. But yeah, the timeline, if you look at the timeline, I wouldn't put it past any major, like a movie, people to the predictive programming. That's what people are talking about now. Look, they talked about this and they were talking about it in the Epstein files and all this shit. So everyone's pointing out all that sort of, okay, sure. If they did that, I wouldn't fucking... Was Vince in charge at this time, or was that a Triple H thing? Then maybe that's some on Triple H, or maybe that's some on Nick Khan. Who fucking knows at this point? But to give the other side, sort of another side of the story, I guess, this guy here, Pro Wrestling Powerhouse, PWP Nation, I guess he tracked her. He went and found all of the things she was gifted. Gifts accepted by Janel Grant from Vince McMahon during their consensual relationship between adults. So this guy's standing Vince. That's his prerogative. 2019, medical care and cosmetic services. Okay. And again, what was she hired as? A paralegal? Belmont State, but like to low-key fuck Vince was like what everybody knew, right? Everyone was kind of in on the secret. It was like, okay, she's here as a paralegal, but it's low-key, we know she's getting on the plane, right? With the kittens and the doo-doos and all that. So Belmont Stakes Clubhouse tickets. I mean, come on, man. Is that like a date? How is that a fucking... Did he take her out? Premium WrestleMania VIP tickets with private transport. Buddy, he owns the company. That's hardly a fucking gift. Come on, that ain't even a gift. That's fucking Vince wipes his ass. That's a free. She jumped in the limo and went and sat with him during fucking WrestleMania. $2,000 Nordstrom gift card. Godiva chocolates. Like Lady Godiva. There's no stopping me. 2020, she got $20,000 towards surgery. Now that's sort of like, so she's accepting surgeries and accepting, like, that's kind of fucked. $20K for a surgery. I don't know. That's one where it's like, okay, so you're cool with the depravity to get a $20K surgery. I don't fucking know. Pearl diamond. Yeah, I gave her a pearl diamond, a pearl necklace, and a poopy one, and a mudslide necklace, pal. Pearl diamond lariat necklace, blue cashmere cardigan, Burberry scarf and fur hat. She was gonna do MJF's gimmick, pal. So I don't know, man. Buying her fits, like, you do that for your girl, right? That's not. Gray cashmere shawl, Celine sunglasses, cable knit throw blanket, a blanket, buddy. Flowers every other week. Okay, but you're just doing that for your girl. I don't know. Some of these are like, because I mean, if she turned around and sold all this shit, or I mean, she's accepting gifts down with the freak off action. I don't fucking know. In 2021, she was bought a 2022 BMW Time Cop. Time Cop, a 2022 BMW 430 Xi. A $5,000 Lanfear spa gift certificate. Yeah, go to the spa, honey. And make sure you do the mud mask. Make sure you rub it in and send me pictures. 2 private chef catered dinners. Gold and diamond paperclip necklace. Like 2 private chef catered dinners. It's like, buddy, were those dates? Or was that like for her and her fucking girlfriends? $15,000 Bloomingdale's gift cards. Saudi tea set and food display. Flowers every other week. Oh man, see, when it's that for 3 years, I know that women fantasize about this like fucking the housemaid shit or this like 50 Shades of Grey shit, you know. And there's a reason. This isn't some like there's a reason those books sold so much and those movies where the fucking, you know, there's a reason the Housemaid's doing so well and 50 Shades of Grey was like a huge fucking franchise and those books went crazy and Twilight and shit like that. Okay. And it's unfortunate if $3 million, he gifted her all this, $3 million would have made her not be dragging WWE through the mud. Now, I know she literally got drugged through the mud, okay? And I'm not condoning what Vince did to, let's say, Ashley Massaro, and not to say that this couldn't have gotten taken to an abusive level. I'll never discount that. That's a possibility or that could have or did happen or whatever. But yeah, it's like the mission should then be put the criminal in jail. That's what it should be. It shouldn't be about anything else. If that, you know, if it's just like, I just want more gifts or like more money, I guess that's not a gift. But yeah, I mean, if he just gave me some more money, I'd be all good. What the fuck? Sell this BMW or whatever. No, that's what I earned for suffering through this stuff. Okay, maybe she's trapped and it's like a fucking, like an abusive, they say like, you know, if you have an abusive relationship, you fucking go back and you make excuses for the person. Maybe she was trapped in some shit like that. I'm never going to fucking fence sit and fill here. I'm never going to say that's not the case. But when she's up there just like, well, we're opening up the dialogue. I don't know, man. It's been open. Like the fucking Me Too happened. Speaking Out happened. Fucking Epstein files happened multiple times. You know what I mean? There was the fucking that Netflix documentary is like #1 right now again on Netflix, or it's like in the top 10 again. They made that shit years ago, man. That's like a 6-year-old fucking 7-8-year-old documentary. So it's I don't know again, but yeah. I just hope everybody, Vince, quit shitting on people, quit driving your car into people, quit letting these fucking billionaires off the fucking hook, the million and billionaires. But, you know, you getting paid isn't going to solve anything. And I know it might seem as though I'm being insensitive towards both Vince McMahon and Janel Grant, but another person who gets no love from me is Cobra Tate. And Cobra Tate is going off now. And I'm defending Vince McMahon now because it is utterly disgusting what's happening to Vince McMahon. And here's Andrew Tate's take on it all. He recently got his ass whooped by some fucking jabroni and he was fraud checked. And let's check out Tate, what Cobra Tate has to say from his house imprisonment. Is he in jail still in his house? Is he allowed outside of his house anymore? Is that it? No. Let's take a look.
Are all of these things? This is disgusting. Ready?
Go on.
This is disgusting.
Hit me with it.
Alternative clinic medical care and cosmetic surgeries and products.
Shit.
Clubhouse access tickets to the Belmont Stakes.
Fuck.
Private full-day transportation and premium tickets to the WrestleMania. $2,000 Nordstrom gift card.
Fuck.
A massive box of
fuck. They keep saying after everything.
Chocolates and flowers.
Oh my God, that's trafficking.
$20,000 towards surgery paid directly to the surgeon's office.
Trafficking.
A pearl and diamond necklace.
Trafficking.
Blue cashmere knee-length cardigan.
Wait, he's like DMX hyping him up. Jesus Christ.
Trafficking. Blue Blue Burberry cashmere scarf.
Trafficking.
Blue cashmere and fur hat.
Trafficking.
Gray cashmere shawl.
Trafficking.
Celine sunglasses.
Trafficking.
Large bouquets of flowers delivered approximately every other week.
Hey, but gifts isn't trafficking, buddy. Like, if he was sending her around to his friends, that's the trafficking part, you assholes. These two dickheads know this, and they're leaving that part out because they're traffickers. Allegedly, is what everybody says about them. Okay? In the real world. Right? So it's like, fuck off, dude. These guys were, did you guys see that video of them and all the other closeted homosexuals singing fucking that Kanye West Hitler song and shit? It was just so cringe.
That's not trafficking. What is?
A BMW 4
on Rumble, where the views are definitely real and not fucking botted. It's not just bot views over on fucking Rumble.
XI.
Shit!
A $5,000 gift card to the spa.
Guilty!
2 private chef catered dinners in McMahon's condo.
Look, this man!
In his condo. 2 private chef dinners in his condo. So they were, so he got a private chef to whip something up for him and his girl. That's crazy that people are going, that's a gift even, really? You know what I mean? That's just, dude, you're a fucking billionaire. A chef makes every meal for you, a private chef, you know? The fuck is, so she was over to eat that night. How did that get brought up in a lawsuit or in a fucking criminal, whatever the fuck? I don't understand. In a charging or a whatever case.
Golden
How do meals come up? That's crazy to me. Anyway.
Diamond paved paperclip necklace.
How dare he?
$15,000 of Bloomingdale's gift cards.
That monster!
He did all of this to manipulate her. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. When a woman gets with a billionaire, the last thing she wants is gifts. There's nothing that would be worse for a woman to date a billionaire and be bought millions of dollars worth of things. That is a crime.
This poor woman. I don't know how she sleeps at night. The trauma of driving that BMW home with her Burberry bags in the back.
Every time she drives the BMW with the Burberry bags in the back, wearing her diamond necklace,
and looks in the mirror at her surgically altered body with surgery she wanted, she must feel sick to her stomach.
And here's the thing. Fair point. Although they're just doing this faux outrage. They're just trying to defend Vince because they're trying to make themselves look good when the Tate brothers could not have been more humiliated in the last few months. That's for goddamn sure. But the point of like she accepted all that shit, but if it turned into, okay, now you gotta like go with Johnny Ace or something. I don't know if she's even alleging that, but if that's what it turned into, and then it crosses a boundary, but then she's uncomfortable, you know, at what point do the gifts become like, obviously he's gifting her shit, but then where did it become where in her mind she's being fucking victimized? That's, I think, what really matters in all this. And not even just her mind, but where it turns into like, she clearly was uncomfortable with this, but was pressured into it. And then it sort of becomes abusive after that. And that's what they're just leaving out. You know, you can name all the dinners and shit you want. Whatever, man. This is, we need a fucking lawyer up in here. The way the other Tate, mini Tates fucking doing the DMX ad libs. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news in South Park. This is, of course, this all is jokes, and it's not even my opinions. Oh, man. That was miscellaneous news. Good stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh, my goodness. So, guys, we have other news to get into. We have hot news, as one Conan would say. We have the hot news. So, we're going to switch over to, what do we want to do? AEW or Federation? The Worldwide Wrestling Federation. Yeah, I have this thread too. I've been meaning to go over this for like 2 weeks now. as well. Just this thread from Ringside News. So I think we will get into some AEW news, folks. Everyone hydrate. It is a hydration station segment right now, actually. And UFC's on. If you guys are watching Collision, let me know how it's going. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And NordVPN, I think it's 73% off new first-time deals, and then you get an Amazon gift card if you sign up. NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTimes. If you're a new sign-up-y, they're giving gift cards and 73% off. And there's a link down below somewhere in the description. And support your boy, Phil Marks. So let's get into some AEW news. As Joe Kwani and Liel throw down. And Sean Strickland's fighting tonight. Oh, that hat. No. He was an up opponent. Damn, that was sick. Dude got leg kicked, went to a knee, and then got fucking head kicked. And the rules have changed to where, like, what constitutes a down opponent is different in MMA than it has been. Never play Tate again. This was painful. FKU. Fuck you. Hey, guys. If it's topical, we're fucking playing it, man. We don't back down. Cobra Tate. We never back down. We play the clips. Burberry bag. So, ladies and gentlemen, pardon me, on the tail end of this, like, very, very long flu/cold situation I have going on, it is time for AEW News. Ichi Nissan Da, everybody. So here's a thread that I wanted to go over, and goddamn, it's long, but we're going to do it. So this is from Ringside News. And they said, who wouldn't want to work for AEW? 2019 to 2020, AEW launches without a formal HR or backstage discipline system. Accusations of EVP favoritism, Young Bucks Omega protecting their own circle. Matt Hardy suffers a real concussion at All Out 2020, allowed to continue wrestling. I'm pretty sure there was more than just Matt Hardy's concussion, and also that's not doing it justice. He fell off a fucking crane, cracked his fucking head, and kept going. And you can't tell me he didn't suffer a mild concussion when Guevara threw that fucking chair at his head either. Anyways, the Briscoes are banned. So in 2021, the Briscoes are banned from AEW TV by Warner over past tweets. AEW doesn't push back. Allegations begin of AEW hoarding wrestlers without using them. 2022, Big Swole publicly calls out AEW's lack of diversity and structure. Tony Khan responds publicly saying she wasn't good enough. Backlash follows. Andrade and Sammy get into a legitimate backstage fight. Andrade sent home. Reports surface that talent are not informed of their contract, statues, or releases. CM Punk explodes at All Out Media Scrum, insulting EVPs and Colt Cabana. Real backstage fight, Punk versus the Bucks, Omega, Ace Steel. Thunder Rosa is accused by peers of faking injuries and avoiding working hurt. Now, this guy's missing a bunch of stuff. Backstage resentment grows around her behavior and communication with talent. Real-life tension builds towards the women over perceived favoritism and lack of support. Several women reported they feel sidelined over more marketable talent. You're missing, too, people chasing other people into bathrooms. They're missing the NDA Jericho saga with all the fucking NDAs and all of that. They're missing the other concussions, like in the Daly's place, like that Alex Silver guy or whatever got fucking concussed. There was like other concussions where the ref let it keep going. So this is all like good job from Ringside News, but you're missing a bunch of stuff too. Which your boy Phil's got to point out. And that's crazy to think there's more than this. Because that all happened by that time. That was in the fucking pandemic era where that dude got knocked out and they just dragged his body, hit a top rope splash, fucking Rick Knox counting the pin, kick out, a fake kick out and shit. Like that was all at Daly's place. So anyways, 2023, Tony Khan is accused of operating and that's also not counting Tony Khan's meltdowns on like John Cena, Undertaker. Maybe that was in 2023, but like taking shots at Orton, taking shots at the Fed. Maybe some of those are chronicled here in the later years, but he was doing that from Jump Street, Daddy. So Khan is accused of operating or amplifying burner accounts targeting critics and WWE. Also, Tony Khan accused WWE of doing that as well. So he was accused, but he also accused the Fed of doing the same shit. Jeff Hardy, arrested for DUI, was booked on AEW TVs before despite no valid license. Okay, that has nothing to do with AEW. AEW formalizes brand split, Dynamite versus Collision to keep feuding locker rooms apart. Tony Khan uses media scrums to rant about WWE and journalists, viewed as unstable. Punk and Perry get into a real fight backstage, if you could call it that, at All in London. Punk is fired. Morale issues persist backstage with reports of miscommunications and unclear creative direction. Female talent complain privately and in interviews about inconsistent booking and lack of support. Reports surface of a toxic backstage environment in the women's division, with some alleging bullying behavior or being silenced when speaking up. Accusations emerge of inappropriate conduct by certain male talent, not officially addressed by AEW publicly, but noted by multiple reporters as part of the women's locker room discontent. 24 to 26. No public evidence of AEW establishing a formal HR process despite repeated issues. Continued criticism about AEW's lack of structured talent management and oversight. Accusations that some AEW female wrestlers are tokenized or used only when convenient. AEW still under fire for failing to fully address internal gender-related workplace complaints. Tony Khan continues to tweet emotionally about media talent and critics without PR vetting. Ongoing reports that AEW fails to follow up properly on medical care and injury recovery for both male and female wrestlers. Also, you have that girl, Mega, that lawyer. She's liked tweets from people that Tony Khan has, had fucking talkings to and things like this. And there's just a whole liking Instagram reels and stuff. Again, before she was liking Instagram reels and shit, I had brought to the show, hey, I've heard rumors that fucking Mega gal is none too pleased with Tony Khan and all of that. And AEW's kind of looked at, and Tony Khan's looked at as a nuisance. Again, this is all just going based off of her liking Instagram posts and things like this, right? So
allegedly
it's her doing it. And there's a lot even left off of these lists. And then there's a couple things where it's like, well, you can't put Jeff Hardy's DUI on fucking AEW. Like, it's not like Tone had fucking control over what Buddy was doing. But yeah, it's been an interesting journey in AEW. And some people will go, well, why don't you point out the positives? They broke the world record for whatever. Yeah, but they also probably broke a world record for papering houses and shit. Like, everything comes with a fucking asterisk, and it's not just because it's AEW. It's because it's just reality, And it's the same way when it was reality that we have to point out, hey, Vince is old. He's out of touch. He's spread too thin. Pause. He fucking, WWE's just in a lull. Triple H, look at the way he's booked Black and Gold. Some of that on the main roster would be not these sorts of things. Like, it's time to pass the torch. Vince is doing too much. It's the same criticism. So when these other things stem from it, and like, hey, AEW is just a glorified indie. No, it's not. Okay, then why are people getting knocked out and fucking they're continuing, like, things of this nature, right? Okay, why are they using the production's bad? No, it's not. Well, then why are high schoolers doing the shit and Taco Bell commercials are airing during fucking promos and stuff? Like, it is. I'm sorry, it's not to hurt people's feelings. Like, it's just, we want it to be better, or at least some people want it to be better. Others just want to see it crumble, fold, and die. Right? So, moving along here. My nose is stuffed. Let's talk about, what are we going to start with? Let's start with ratings, attendances, and all the boring stuff. maybe none so boring as of late. But AEW Collision, which is tonight, it's live now. 2,700 tickets distributed. Actually, there's an update on this. They actually did more. 3,070 tickets distributed. And some people are saying that they're padding the attendances for these regular Dynamites as well. Like in California, JJ read that excerpt where they went into town and were just handing tickets out. And I believe that could be true to try and like change the perception around on AEW that they could be papering shit. But I don't know, man. Maybe it's just hot. Like I think wrestling overall's pretty hot. And I think AEW is doing a lot of stuff way better than they were in the fucking past. And you got to give credit where credit's due. Again, are these the best fucking shows of all time? Are they the best Dynamites? I don't know about that. I think people saying that are jumping the gun. Like year one Dynamite, I think was still peak. But either way, shout out Collision in Oceanside for doing a good house. Although they were just handing shitloads of tickets out in Cali. We got confirmation of that. Is what it is though. This at the Crypto Arena in Los Angeles for Revolution, Sunday, March 15th. So again, Revolution coming up in a few weeks, and they've only distributed 9,000. They're set up for 10,000. Last time they were there, they did 11,600. I'm sure they can just paper it up, worst comes to worst, and get it to that number. They'll do 11,000 or whatever. So good for them. But again, man, their pay-per-views get outdrawn by Raws. So you're competing. AEW is the number 2, but they're whooping ass attendance-wise against NXT's. You could argue because NXT's out of the same place all the time, but then PLEs, if you stack them up, NXT can outdraw them. And then you have TNA's doing attendance-wise, you know, a little under Dynamite, and then they're doing strong in the TV ratings. You know, they're challenging Collision, even though Collision can pop a number. Their Saturday show, I know people were like, well, Collision did a great note, bitch. That was Grand Slam Australia. Like, that was a PLE type show, what's the word for it? Like a branded television special event. It wasn't necessarily, and that's not a cope. That's just what it is. Like if they had have said Grand Slam is on pay-per-view, you know, Dave would have fucking said they sold 130,000 fucking pay-per-views on it. So that was like a TV special. That wasn't just like your standard Collision, you know, and Collision's moved around all the time, but good for them. They were giving away tickets in Cali, but good for them, at least like houses. And if the TV ratings are doing better and people, I think objectively, we can all admit like Dynamites have been better. Like they're giving the right guys mic time. They're giving the right guy, like having Andrade beat some of these guys is the right move. It's not just like, well, Kenny just gets the win because, you know, they're actually like getting heat on some guys. Do the matches still go a little long and say, yeah, of course, it's AEW. But as far as them trying to like ramp things up, okay. Collision, though. The Grand Slam Australia, Raj Giri says it scored its best audience since last April, its best 18 to 49 since last June for this past Saturday's taped Grand Slam Australia. 561K viewers, up 45% with a 0.10, up 43%. And again, Dave Meltzer wants you to believe that these people who tune in for this show randomly, that amount of people times 2 are watching everything on Max. And it's like, no, then why do these people float in? Why do they float in? Why do these extra people float in when AEW does a bit? Are they just like kind of casual AEW fans? Probably watch a lot of WWE, hardcore, quote unquote, wrestling fans, not a sicko, but like, yeah, I'm a wrestling fan. I'm going to tune in, you know? There's a lot of those people too, and that's why Dave can't rack his brain around the key demo shift and all this stuff. You know, these people just magically hundreds of thousands or more show up for Dynamites and Collisions, you know, to fucking when they do something big and they're not on Max. They just chose not to watch on Max that day or what? Like it's craziness. So yeah, good for them. Again, good for them. They popped a bit of a number there. All wrestling's hot right now. And I hope AEW can turn it around, man. I think the TNA shit, and I've been calling for it forever. and I said this, I want TNA to really start kicking ass so that Tone feels he's on his back foot a little bit. Like, oh shit, I actually got to start doing good TV and putting good, and it's working a little bit. And who knows if by this time next year the ratings are better, you got to start giving it to AEW a little bit. TNA's doing the damn thing. They're slowly but surely gradually increasing their TV ratings and maintaining them, and they're getting a bit higher and higher. Can I take you higher? So hopefully AEW does the same thing. But I'm going to say this right now. If Hangman beats MJF for the fucking title, and I think he's going to, and I think this is why MJF went and did all these fucking on the Indies title defenses, to try and keep, and he went and did all this media. He's trying to keep that fucking belt relevant and as high profile as he can, and defend it a few times so the sickos can't go, MJF barely defended his title. I really honestly think the worst booker of all time, I believe this, Tony McKhan.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Because he does shit like this, okay? He took the belt from Hangman. So Hangman wins the belt. And Tone is such a bad booker. He thinks if he just does this all quickly, then it will like maintain Hangman as their guy. But it's like Hangman, pardon me, I'm sick, guys. I was like, Hangman won the belt and from Moxley, and then he holds it a little bit. Joe comes back from doing TV shows or his injury, whatever the fuck, quickly wins the belt. Drops it to MJF. MJF quickly defends it a few times. Zilla, who are some big names on the indies. I can, a couple defenses on pay-per-view. And then he's going to quickly drop it back to Hangman. Then they're going to continue along when realistically, if you were a good booker and Hangman was a draw at all, you would have just fucking had Hangman run this whole time with it and defend it against these people and shit. But the experiment's not working. And not even an experiment, just the whole Hangman's a top guy thing. Just no, MJF and Joe are clearly here. They show up and then the ratings and attendances kind of turn around and they show back up. If they're like, okay, if MJF has a movie project coming up and I need someone to sleuth this out for me, I got to do some digging. But if he has, because MJF's really good at this, keeping his shit on the low as well, like what he's doing, what he's working on and stuff. If he has something coming up that we don't know about, Hangman, because they set this stipulation where if Hangman, it's the road stipulation where if he loses, he can't ever challenge for the world title. And it would be cool if Tone was like, fuck it, Hangman will go back on that word and then capture the world title, and we're going to try and get heat on him and heal him up again. The only problem with that is that he was a fucking heel like a year ago, and then they switched him so he out of nowhere with no real explanation so he could beat Mox, and then he's going to fucking switch back again like the Big Show. Everyone fucking switches like the Big Show in AEW way too much, way too quickly. And Hangman's one of those dudes. Is he heel, babyface, heel, fucking babyface? He just switches way too much. So it's a giant L if that's the plan. And this is where Tone fucked himself up. He booked himself into
the best
a
guys,
fucking
Tony
corner
Khan.
again. And I have to trash him for it. Because it's like, buddy, you fucking now either MJF loses and then whatever's going on with your TV ratings and shit is going to fall off. No one cares about Hangman. Triple H is the only guy that could book Hangman cool. Triple H would know how to book Hangman as a top guy. I fucking guarantee you of that. Tone doesn't know how to do it. No, at least not with Hangman. And then you have guys like MJF and Joe. Okay, they're top guys no matter what. They know how to get over and will be top guys. So, not to shit on Tone too much, but he fucked himself over because either Hangman loses and then goes back on it and turns heel, or he loses and never challenges for the title and gets booed out of the company like fucking Rhodes did, or he fucking wins the belt and they just jumped it around because MJF and Joe have like other TV projects and shit going on. And MJF has some other more important thing he thinks he should be doing. And so that's why he is dropping the belt. And it's just unfortunate that everyone prioritizes fucking everything else over AEW. And in fact, Dave Meltzer, and you can call this a dumb moment of the week or not, but he had something to say about this whole MJF Hangman Page situation.
Or, you know, the young
and so we'll get flutes in the
superstar,
chat.
you know, babyface, you know, the former heel thing. So
We'll get flutes in the chat and the comments. Before I where's my original Dave flute? Here we go. Different soundboards for different shows. So here is Dave Meltzer's take on this all, and he's not very enthused about this either.
If he doesn't win, he'll never challenge for it again.
ever, it was not just for this title reign. He would never challenge for the title again.
Isn't it in the AEW handbook that you're never supposed to go full Cody Rhodes on this thing?
Man, you know what's so funny about it? It's like when it was done, it was like he better win the title. If he doesn't win and he can never challenge for the title, that's really bad booking for the long term, because he's a young guy and he's one of their top guys. And you know,
meanwhile, that's really bad booking. This is what they've been building to, Dave. And I don't think Page is going to lose. I think he's going to win the belt. Personally, I think he's going to win. And this was all just like it should have been one title reign, but Tone quickly had to just pepper in. He quickly had to just pepper in MJF and Joe. And again, this is what they've been building to, Dave, and now you're calling it bad booking. This is what they did all last year. Well, no, Moxley ran with the title the whole time. Yeah, but everything else. And this is what they did with the title reign. So the whole Moxley reign was so that Hangman could win it, just to hot potato it around and then win it again. Or be backed into a corner where no matter what, the outcome's a lose-lose. Yeah, Dave, this is the bad booking we've been talking about. You don't get to the start of 26 if you didn't fuck up 25 a little bit, if it's going to be this with your world title, you know?
Oh, he is the top babyface in the company right now. So to put that, like, you know, Cody did it, and it was giant.
He kind of earned that promo of the year award as well.
No, it wasn't promo of the year, Tard. It was fucking on the interview of the year or whatever.
He was.
And did you guys hear Jim Cornette and Brian Last react to when Hangman was named interview of the year or whatever the fuck?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
He was
scoffed
great.
at it.
Max is always great, but he was great tonight.
Yeah,
he was the better of the two. But the thing, it's like they did that with Cody Rhodes, and the thing about that, and you try to learn from this, is that when Cody Rhodes did it, and granted they were a new company at the time, but that stip failed. They did what I think was the lowest buy rate in the history of the company. It might have been the second lowest, but it might have been the lowest. I think it was the lowest. But with that stip, which I thought
you can't trust Dave either. The lowest buy rate when they had the most people watching, and then Dave wants us to believe that, oh God, I got to pull up that pay-per-view chart again somehow. They're converting more people now on pay-per-view sales than they were 6-7 years ago, and which is like double what the Attitude Era was converting when pay-per-view was pay-per-view and there wasn't illegal streaming, you know?
Cody and Jericho did that match with that stip. I thought that Cody's thing, number one, I thought that he had to win, which he didn't, but I thought that like that stip would really boost the pay-per-view number, and
that step, Brian,
in fact, it did not.
You thought that it would, and in fact it did. Shut up. He's just like making shit up about 5-6 years ago, 6-7 years ago. Jeez, man. So we move along here. Let me check in with chat, and there better be flutes when I fucking look over here, dude. Sauce Inc. for 5 says 32 likes, 135 watching, guys. Run those fucking likes up. Hit the like button. There's over 200 watching on X as well, guys. X has some problem with StreamYard, or maybe it's other streaming services, to X live posts. You guys know what the fuck I'm saying? So like I have to go in there and manually share them. Everybody's feeling it. They have this StreamYard gives you a little warning. It'll hopefully get fixed. But yeah, if you're on X, like make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Come check me out over there. And then you know when I go live and shit like that. And there's over 200 watching. Hit likes. Let's get to 100 likes. It really helps the algorithm and all that shit. Or you can super chat in like Sauce Inc. and support what I do. Appreciate you guys so much. So 32 likes, 135 watching. Don't make George Bot ask again. All hail the Illuminati. Hail. Sassy Girl gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. Oh shit, that's a huge support. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Everyone, round of applause. Hopefully people got those. I think Memba Monday, we gotta watch. I think we're gonna watch Raw this week. I think for the last couple weeks we didn't do Raw watch along. So I think this week we'll do a Raw watch along. Brock Lesnar's going to be on it and all of these things. So we'll do a Raw watch along this Monday, I believe. Thank you so goddamn much. Appreciate everybody. There's 154 in chat. So let's run those likes up to 100. Hopefully some hate watchers got those memberships and then they can hate watch the bonus shows because they're well worth it. They fucking rule. And we have TD Love 420. Smoke 'em up. Smoke 'em up has been a member for 22 months. That fucking rules. I acknowledge you and thank you for supporting.
Acknowledge me.
Appreciate all of you. And so even the guys hate watching. Hit like, hit dislike, whatever you got to do. Just show me you care a little bit and yeah. Make sure you thank Sassy Girl if you got one of those memberships. So we talked about, people coming and going. What's that song? Bitches come and they go. With me, they come and they come. And they come and they come. I'm the fucking man. Who sings that? I'm the fucking man. It's like Belly or something like that. I'm the fucking man. What's his name? Belly. Yeah, Belly featuring Corrupt. There you go. That's a good track from back in the day. Who knows that one? Anyways, people come and go in AEW. And not only do they come and go when they, as far as like working there and then not working there and then working there again like Andrade, but they come and go as far as like, I'm going to take Tone's money, then I'm going to go make a movie, or I'm going to go do a Capcom event, or I'm going to go fucking become a doctor or whatever and just care way less about AEW than I do this other shit. Well, as of today, Kenny Omega's not planned to wrestle at AEW Revolution, which is their next pay-per-view. He informed AEW of the scheduling conflict months ago, which is why he had his match against Swerve Strickland tonight on Dynamite. Time Cop. Now, I'm all about having big money matches and having matches like on Dynamite or Collision or Raw and SmackDown that pique people's interest, especially surrounding pay-per-views and on the go-home shows and all of these sorts of things. I'm all for it. Okay. But at the same time, man, you're building up to all of this shit. Don't you want Kenny Omega on your pay-per-view? And I get it. Sometimes people have prior commitments and more important things, but whatever Capcom event they have going on, no one cares. Kenny, they hire you to do the voice or the commercial for the fucking game, to dress up like all the characters, including the girl ones, and for the game, and they hire Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes and these guys to be in the fucking movie about the game. You know what I'm saying? No one gives a fuck. I don't know why you care more about Capcom. I don't know why you're even allowed to do a Capcom event over this pay-per-view when you guys are starting to build momentum. All right? And it's just another case of like the Bucks coming and going as they please. Oh yeah, we're done. We're not working. And then they just go work in Japan. Fucking come back like Kenny Omega. Yeah, I'm going to go do this Capcom event. MJF's defending his title, getting people in fucking indies more over than the people in AEW, like Zilla Fatu, going more viral than motherfuckers in AEW. He fucks off to make a movie whenever he wants. Edge fucks off whenever he wants. Christian fucks off whenever he wants. Everybody just fucks off on tone. And that's what makes him a money mark by definition. By definition.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And yeah, he's not even slated to be at Revolution, but it turns out he's trying to flip things around and figure out how he can make it to Revolution. And I don't know if I bookmarked it. I thought I did, but apparently he I didn't bookmark it, but apparently he's trying to move shit around so he can go to the event at another time so he can make it to Revolution. So he's trying to make it work, but it's like, you already did the fucking match, so what's the point of it, you know? And we talk about Maxwell Jacob Friedman and people getting over in AEW. And Grimm's Toy Show pointed this out. He says, okay, but what was Jeff Cobb doing in AEW? So MJF and Kyle Fletcher and Stinkashay were all joking around on X. And MJF said, eat shit, Fletcher, you suck too. And then Kyle Fletcher's like, careful, buddy, I'll send you to MFT Purgatory in a heartbeat. And then MJF goes, remember Jeff Cobb? He was freaking awesome. Miss that guy. And then this shit went viral, and it's like, yeah, people only care when you guys are talking about WWE. Like, you know, nobody gives a fuck unless you guys are talking about the Fed. And Grimm's Toy Show is like, what was Jeff Cobb doing in AEW? That was better than what he's doing in WWE. Keep in mind, I'm not a tribalist. I like both promotions, but he's absolutely right. Like, Jeff Cobb, JC Mateo is on SmackDown every fucking week. He's part of the MFTs. He's a current tag champion. You can hate on what they were doing with the Wyatt Six for a little while, but now it's starting to spice up and get interesting. And we have Shinsuke trying to lure Tama away from the MFT and all that. And it's getting interesting now where you have all the baby faces like, fuck you, we're going to fight all you guys. I heard an allegedly. Do you guys want an allegedly? My last allegedly was fucking right. Spot on.
Allegedly.
According to the sheets now, they all broke the same fucking story 2 weeks after your boy Philly Phil talked about it here on PWT. And I heard an allegedly that they're talking about some Oba Femi versus MFT action, like maybe multiple of them. So I don't, or like him versus Atala, like something where he kind of, and again, I don't know how they're going to get to that, but that's going to be interesting to say the least. Like Oba, I don't know if you guys hear how over Trick and Oba are. I know my guy JJ likes to fucking shit on them, but like, dude, Trick and Oba are so fucking over. And Julia rocked it too. We're going to talk about that in a bit. I already did, but either way though, JC Mateo is older and not like he's an old grandpa, but he's like in his 40s. You want to chill out. He's got mileage. He did his thing. JC Mateo's out there on SmackDown every goddamn week. On Netflix internationally in the hottest pro wrestling company in the world right now. Okay? So you guys need to focus on your own shit. And you know, speaking of focusing on your own shit, it's shit like this. Grimm's Toy Show also points this out. Can we please stop doing these dumb moves? They aren't necessary and we're going to get someone killed. God, this is hard to watch. So here's a botch from Megan Bain. As you guys can see, we're going to get Dawn Stevens and Willow. And this is, again, like, what didn't we learn? What didn't we learn from Mox and Fletcher? And everybody had to go off. Look at this landing. Look at that fucking landing, guys. Look at that shit. What aren't we learning in AEW? Why is nobody learning? Why does nobody want to fucking learn anything? Lex, why doesn't anybody know anything in AEW?
I don't know!
Either, buddy. I just don't get why this has to keep happening. Oh, she got her hands up, Phil. I don't care. You don't need to do this. This didn't get anyone over. It's a throwaway spot on a fucking show no one's even watching. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Lance Archer landed on the top of his head. How many near oh my gods do we need? If you're going to do that, do it at All In, where it actually means something. Now, shout out Megan Bain, and she put out a tweet. She's like, I'm indestructible and shit. That's awesome. But again, stop agreeing to this shit. And Willow, okay, she's one of these wrestlers who realistically should be in NXT right now, would probably be on the main roster at this point because she is good enough, but she's just doing this thing where she's trying to make Tony Khan happy, or I don't know if this is like now her mentality on how you approach wrestling or whatever. She should know better, whatever. She's not a veteran like Mox. I give Mox way more shit for what he did with Fletcher, but I don't know, man. When people like Grimm's Toy Show are calling it out, it's a fucking problem, okay? So speaking of being called out, AEW has been called out lately for CNN revealing, not even revealing, but just letting it be known, just adding further proof that WBD, in fact, owns a significant chunk, enough to where they can clearly call some shots, but it's an insignificant enough chunk to where they don't have to report it publicly and things of this nature. So I think like under 10%, they don't have to report it, or 10% and under, something like that. And so Nicolo Piccolo had this to say. This guy says, Nicolo Piccolo, any insight on the deal? Does Paramount have a legit shot, or is this just a way to get more out of Netflix? So basically what's going on is Paramount is now still in the running. WBD's like looking at Paramount's last offer, and they're like, hey, we're gonna actually review this, and we're not necessarily going with Netflix, even though Netflix has already made fucking announcements and stuff. So they're wheezing the juice as much as they can. Nicolo Piccolo says, Paramount was always my bet to acquire Warner Bros. Never wavered. Which, yeah, he did this whole long thing. We read it. We broke it down how pretty much they want it, and what they want, they're going to fucking get. And so Trevor Tupper says, since it was reported WBD owns minority stake in AEW, what happens to that in the sale? Does Paramount Netflix make the cons buy it back? Which that's the thing too. So you own the chunk and then you sell it off right away? Like, is that the move? I wonder what the move would be. Let me know what you would do, chat/commenters. So Nick says nothing happens. If Netflix wins the bid, Discovery Global or whatever Gunner's linear sub is being called, spins off this summer. It probably can't scale or survive on its own without additional M&A roll-ups. If Paramount wins the bid, expect them to cancel AEW programming. Just cancel. Now, say what you will about Nicolo Piccolo and his Twitter activity. When he's talking about this sort of shit, you need to listen to what he's saying, right? He obviously knows his shit. And so that's some good insight there. And if that is the case, then that is the case. And they just get outright canceled. And the more people with knowledge on this shit speak about this shit, the more you go, they really could get canceled or canned. Like, that could be a real thing that fucking happens. And people say Tone will just keep it alive forever. And I don't know if he'll actually do that. Maybe it could exist on YouTube in some capacity. A lot of people are like, that's never going to happen either. I don't know, though. It's interesting to say the least. And if they do work out a deal with Amazon or something good, but nobody's going to Amazon to fucking watch AEW and shit, I'm sorry. Like, I just don't see that happening. I don't see them doing any better than they are now if they lose HBO Max, which seems like that's going to happen. So I don't know. Praying for AEW. Hopefully they keep putting on better shows and that turns the tide a little bit. And hopefully they can turn the tide by defending their title out on the indies. And so Here's MJF. He wrestled Zilla Fatu. Andrade's been out there doing his thing. He showed Zilla Fatu some respect by shaking his hand. They were fuck ice chants again, but it's like, do we cover every time there's fuck ice chants? And here's the thing. I made the argument that, man, this fuck ice thing isn't going to continue. Like, they're not going to keep doing this for Brody King, but unfortunately now it's an MJF thing as well. And it's like, now you guys are the fuck ice guys. I don't know if that's, I don't know if you want to be that, if that is what you want to be more over than anything you're selling, is people chanting fuck ice. That's like people coming in chanting like MAGA at you at the fucking, like, I don't know if you want that to be your thing, bro. It just, either way you look at it, it doesn't fucking really work. But either way, here's MJF yeeting, and then the commentary takes a shot and calls it the grift or something. Kind of funny, except for it's not a grift. Like, the problem is grift is for petty schemes, like Dave Meltzer's $7.50 to fucking tell people quote unquote news, right? I say, join my member show for 99 cents. I'm going to talk more shit and we're going to laugh at wrestling stuff, right? It is what it is. It's not a scheme. Fucking Dave Meltzer wants to lie and omit shit and give typos and all this shit, not even proofread a shit, run on fucking sentences, paragraph and a half long sentences, and fucking charge you $14.99 at 50% off. That's more of a grift than, you know, Yeet made tons of fucking money. So it's not really a grift, but let's take a look at MJF taking a shot.
Hold on. Something devastating coming up. Oh, and he calls that the grift. Is that what he calls it? That is what he calls it. Went on record and said it.
I'll take your word for it.
Zilla Fatu. Hold on. Something devastating coming up.
So yeah, he like humps him in the face, kind of gay. But someone who's totally hetero, Andrade, he went and did the selfie with a fan bit, and obviously another plant. That's how this works. Okay, it's 2026. You don't mac on girls and shit who you don't fucking know if you're a celebrity, like fucking Andrade here, am I right? And it always has been, it always will be. Sometimes they're wrestlers, sometimes they're OF models. But this was a crazy ass spot where this girl actually eats like a big boot. So someone find who she is. You don't have to, actually don't, because the sickos will run her off the fucking internet like they do everyone else. But Andrade is doing his thing.
2 words.
And HOG's hot right now. Like, HOG's hot right now. And fucking JD from NY got booed. They're getting co-opted by AEW sickos. And JD was like, I loved it. I love that they booed me.
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
I play a heel on commentary. Oh, what's not there not to understand? First I was over there like a baby face. And now I'm over here now. Oh,
Referee's discretion.
Yes. It's selfie time.
Well, you know, this is like playing a video game and you go to a save point and you replenish your health. This is him replenishing his health.
Exactly. Can I replenish my health too?
The proverbial health potion. Oh my God! Well, he just broke that potion bottle. And Andrade can't believe what he just saw. Wow, Andrade is angry. Look at this. The Yakuza kick in the corner. 2 words. Referee's discretion.
Yes. It's selfie time.
Well, you know, this is like...
So what makes it a Yakuza kick? And then at what point is it just a big boot? That's what I want to know. So speaking of big boots, someone I would like to big boot right in the sock face, Excalibur. Okay. He talked about what makes AEW different, even though, as we just saw, HOG Wrestling does the same shit as AEW. And the other thing is, like, they're making a plea, and I keep pointing this out. No one else is talking about this. They're making a plea for fucking casuals. Excalibur and Tony Khan and MJF, they're all making a plea for casual fans. Well, the problem is all the people who would be casuals were ran off or will be ran off by the fucking sickos. So listen to what Excalibur says here. Excalibur talks about what makes AEW different. Over the last 7 years, we've done a great job of differentiating ourselves from, I think, any other wrestling product. It's just go, go, go. It's nonstop action. And if you've ever seen a professional wrestling show before, you will, I would almost guarantee, tope suicida, that you will walk away a fan or at the very least have a newfound appreciation for what professional wrestling means. So this motherfucker's saying, hey, if you're a casual, if you've never seen wrestling, come check out what we do and you'll have a whole new perspective. You'll be a fan again. So you're making a plea at casuals to come in and be fans. Meanwhile, your whole fan base goes, fuck a casual.
Stupid idiot.
Meanwhile, your fan base runs off all the casuals and celebrities who try to casual out of it. And you guys spent this whole time catering to people and saying, fuck casuals, and all this shit. And now you want fucking casuals to be your fans. And this is what MJF was saying. I pointed it out with him too. This is what Tony Khan's been doing. And it just also adds to the notion that it adds motion to another one of my notions that they honestly think if like SmackDown just didn't come on one day and it was AEW, that it would like convert all the Fed fans. It just doesn't work that way. And you guys are making a plea to casuals. And what is AEW doing? They're Hollywooding it up. They're WWEing it up.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And now the shows are doing better. They're starting to replay what happened the week before between MJF and what he has going on so that everyone knows what's going on week to week and shit in the show. And now the ratings and attendances look a little bit better. Go figure. And now you're all making pleas. Come check this out. I swear if you're a casual, if you kind of like wrestling, you'll love AEW. So Phil Marks was right again, and casuals are the last. So when Collision pops the big rating that Dave Meltzer has a powwow about, it's because a bunch of casuals float in and the key demo goes up, and that's a good thing. Like I told you guys. And it's just quite interesting to see how all these motherfuckers fucked up and absolutely could have had more eyeballs but decided not to have them, and then now they're like making a plea for them again, and you're looking in the wrong places. You know, get all the sickos you fucking galvanized. So speaking of galvanization, I have galvanized the IWC into believing one Chris Jericho would return to WWE. However, as time goes on, I'm starting to think more and more that might not be the case. Listen, I don't believe for 1 second, and Dave's about to go off and steal all the other dirt sheets news and go, oh, well, apparently his contract's been frozen. I don't believe that at all, because AEW does not freeze contracts for people like Edge and Jericho at all. There's rumors of that. I cannot confirm, but apparently Edge, like even when he broke his leg and shit, cannot be frozen for that. Is just allegedly, as I've heard. Okay. I recently heard an allegedly about Jericho. I might have read it on the member show. Maybe I can bring it back up. And again, these are typically spot on. So, so I got a message saying, okay, this could be a big behind the scenes work because he's known to work people in the past, but apparently Jericho still hasn't signed a new WWE contract. And he told this directly to someone I know. At the same time, someone said that he heard Dom versus Jericho is still an idea for WrestleMania, which again has been for a long ass time now. And I'm not the only one who said that. So And the Balor versus JD angle, whatever. I'm not going to say more. I don't want to fucking start spoiling Mania and shit. But yeah, that's again an allegedly. I'm not a fucking dirt sheet. This is all made
Allegedly.
up. No matter. But here's the thing with Jericho. If he returns to AEW, they were chanting at him, "Please retire." It's like a Big Show return there. It's not going to do anything for them. No one's going to give a fuck. Nobody wants to see Jericho back in AEW. There's a bunch of people who don't even want to see him back in WWE, but there's a fuckload of people and casuals who will go crazy if he goes back to WWE. There's not a shitload of casuals that are going to care if he goes back to AEW. No one's going to care about that. You guys get what I'm saying? It's in his best interest to go back to WWE, in my opinion, as far as if he cares about like legacy and fandom and shit like that. If he's just like, fuck it, I'm taking the bag and chilling, and I'm just going to chill out, and my deal was frozen. Now, there could be a unique possibility that they froze Jericho where maybe it was an unplanned time off, and so he agreed, okay, Tony, you can freeze my shit. Maybe. I'm not saying that couldn't happen, but I'm pretty sure Jericho can't be frozen. Even if he gets hurt, I don't think Tone would even freeze him. I think that's like in their deals. So like guys like Edge and shit. But it is possible. But again, he took unplanned time off and he's on tour with Fozzy and shit. You don't get frozen for that, especially. And I'm talking injuries here. If it's just time off to go do a tour or a movie, it doesn't matter if you're MJF or whoever, you don't get frozen for that. Nobody gets frozen for shit like that when you go and like do your schooling or any type of shit like that. So here's Dave Meltzer again, flutes in the fucking chat. We'll hear what Dave Meltzer has to say about the Jericho situation. This is just him regurgitating.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Other dirt sheet stories though.
What's up with Chris Jericho's contract? I saw the report that the contract may be frozen.
Yeah, Sean Sapp reported that, and I had been thinking that was a possibility because, he had taken...
So Sean Sapp reported it, but you had been thinking that was the possibility because of some shit. Just call Tone and ask and go, I called and they wouldn't verify with me. Dave, we know it's... Here's the thing. Nobody needs to know... I'm not a dirt sheet. No one needs to know shit about who's allegedly or anything like that anytime I bring something to the show. With Dave, nobody needs to know your sources either, but you stooged them already. So now Brian tries to cope. Well, don't you want him talking to people? Just fucking admit you're shilling. Just say, I called Tone and there's no confirmation. He wouldn't tell me even if there was. But he has to sit there and like, well, everyone tells me everything and I do know everything already. That's why Dave doesn't just say like, yeah, no one will tell me shit.
Long periods,
which would be more acceptable. We'd put him over. I'd be like, okay, base Dave for, but he doesn't do that.
At different times during this last deal. So I knew that they had the right to freeze the contract and tack on more time. I didn't know that they did it. It was interesting that Jericho remained on the roster because since he was remaining on the roster, I was kind of thinking maybe they did, but I didn't know. And, since he reported, obviously I asked everyone and silence is silence, right? I mean, like when you don't like, I would say that I would be 95%, if not more sure that if that report was untrue, that I would know it was untrue very quickly. And so therefore I will go with the idea that it's true.
I will go with the idea that it's true.
Because nobody told me it was untrue. And so that's probably...
So instead, because nobody approached the almighty Dave Meltzer and confirmed or denied, you're just going to run with fucking other dirt sheet reportings. Holy man.
It's happening, so that probably,
And again, Dave presents himself as the news. He doesn't present like, I'm just going to talk shit about wrestling and give my opinion. He presents himself as though he's the all-seeing eye.
Holds off Jericho going to WWE for a period of time, but eventually, he'll have the right to go, or maybe they can, maybe they can work something out. I don't know. I've talked on the show. I've advised him to go, And it's the reality.
I've advised him to go.
Is that they're different fan bases. The WWE fan base will react to him, as this great comeback and
as this great cut. See, he's just diminishing Jared. They'll react to him like it's this great comeback. So they'll react accordingly and appropriately because it is a great comeback. And it's the member berries and the casuals and all the they're different fan bases. I mean, they'll love him in WWE, and in AEW, they won't give a shit, which is the truth. But a bunch of WWE fans, like just the way he chalks it up to it's like they don't, there's a bunch of people who don't want to see Jericho back either,
everything like that. They'll go crazy. The AEW fan base, I don't know that they'll do that. And they certainly weren't doing it when he left. It was just one of those things. And it was like, it's like with Cody Rhodes, and that's almost like the example in a lot of ways that it's just better for his career at this point to be with a fan base that is, you could say whatever, that's more willing to accept him.
You could say whatever, a fan base that's more, he wants to be like, well, they're all retards, Brian or Garrett, and they just lap it up like seals and shit. Meanwhile, anyone who does a flip gets a push in AEW. So again, Dave just fucking coping and stealing people's stories. It is what it is. So speaking of cope and sickodom and Dave Meltzer ruining and these dirt sheets like Elboo ruining the perception of certain wrestlers and whatnot, Britt Baker has been doing a few red carpets here, and she looks great, man. She's tanned up, she's bodied up, she's abbed up, she's working hard on her bod. She's toit like a toiga. And she's looking to come back to pro wrestling in some capacity. She's made a couple pleas. She got a lot of hate. And, she was beloved by Tony Khan, and she was beloved by the sickos and the fans. And she was a girl, let's be honest, she was a part of bullying campaigns and chasing Thunder Rosa in the back, 3 girls led by Britt Baker chasing her into the fucking bathroom stall and shit like this, right? Like Britt Baker was a bit of a menace. And then what happens? She gets into it with MJF over Alicia Tout, which you guys can choose to believe if that's real or not, but it is. There's definitely some heat there. And she breaks up with Adam Cole, and Adam Cole and MJF are 2 of Tone's fucking favorites of all time. Adam Cole is one of Tone's favorites of all time. Okay? YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Watch 10 minutes of Tony Khan. You'll see how big of best friends they are. They share bathrooms and shit. Okay. I called it when Britt Baker broke up with Adam Cole, especially. She was already being held off of fucking TV and all this stuff. All these fucking idiots created these fucking rumors, and they were swirling around about Britt Baker like cucks out Adam Cole and banged Christian Cage, and fucking they're in an open relationship, and all these rumors were swirling about her. She gets all this hate. They break up. The fucking sickos go after Britt Baker. She did call out MJF and a couple of these people as well, which might have got her some heat as well. But what do you expect? Like the people she was chasing bitches in bathrooms for and bullying fucking turned their back on her once she broke up with Adam Cole and shit. Then she's being punished. Tone has nothing for her. It's fucking disgusting how Tone, it's just disgusting how Tone does this.
The best
honestly.
guys, Tony Khan.
Time and time again, we see favorites be picked, and they just don't give a fuck about Britt Baker, one of their first champions, one of their best champions, one of their most popular women. And she's looking great. She's ready to go. And the rumors of she's just focused on her dentist work. Well, she's not, because she admits here that fucking sickos are like death threatening her allegedly and shit. And she's not stupid. She's not going to say this unless there's some truth to it. People fucking sickos showing up at her dentist office and her practice and fucking harassing her and stuff. Look at this shit.
Hi, good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
And she's made pleas to get back on TV, and all of the fans are like, get her back on TV. Here's the thing with Britt Baker. I used to be against her going to WWE. Honestly, she should go. Joe Hendry's the champ. Fuck whatever your age is. Fuck where you're at. Go to NXT. Just be a part of NXT. They're calling girls up. It's a transition period a little bit in NXT. As far as like, here's the next set of guys we want you guys to be invested in. And Britt Baker should go. Fuck it. She should do it.
Good.
Stick it to fucking Dynamite and Collision every week.
How you feeling, by the way? Feeling good?
I'm feeling great. It's cold, but I'm okay.
Good enough to get back into wrestling.
Well, yeah, maybe.
We've been hearing about this for so long. It's been like a carrot over a string. What do you want to tell the fans who are waiting to see you come back to possibly AEW or somewhere else and see you just wrestle?
I just love that the fans are still talking about me. So keep the chatter up because I love it, and just stay tuned.
Are you retired?
I would not say I'm retired.
I would not say I'm retired. How shitty, like you. God. Are you retired? I would not say I'm retired, no, but like I'm getting close to it, but like if I just come back and have one match, it'll be the shits because I don't get reps in and Tone doesn't book me. That's humiliating as a wrestler. You should be like in her prime right now.
Not full time anymore. As much as I love the wrestling fans, they're a little passionate, sometimes for their own good and for my own safety. And it got a little carried away.
So listen to what she says. She's not full time at her practice anymore. And for her own safety, she had to stop practicing full time. She's in danger. The sickos are coming after her.
As much as I love the wrestling fans, they're a little passionate, sometimes for their own good and for my own safety. And it got a little carried away sometimes with some scary wrestling fans wanting to come kill me because I'm a
because I broke up with Adam Cole and they're fucking sickos, and he gets to hide out in Tone's personal bathroom and hug Tone. And they fucking wanted to delete me for that shit.
Well, listen, you look great.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's a fucking cult. It's a cult, guys. It's a cult. The cult of Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Like, that's cooked, man. And then you have Deonna Purrazzo, who we've been covering here on PWT. And I can't bookmark all of her pleas and all of her replies to people. But she's publicly replying and retweeting people and liking their posts. Tony needs to let you go back to hashtag TNA. Deonna Purrazzo liked it. Now people are mad at this guy, Andre's Dick Fingers. And people are like snitch tagging. It is cringe to like snitch tag Tony Khan in this. Because that's just going to get her heat and get her put on ice and frozen and all this fucking shit. But it's not cringe if he screen grabbed it and showed it. She shouldn't have liked it. That's where it's public. DMs are one thing. Oh, they made likes private. Yeah, sorry that fucking Elon wants to protect the fucking Coomers and the Gooners on fucking Twitter or whatever. You know? Like, and it's all good. Who gives a shit if they make likes private and stuff? Like, I don't give a fuck one way or the other. But Purrazzo liked this. Why'd she like it then? She obviously wanted someone. You think she just wants this guy named Andre's Dick Fingers to know this? No, it's just private between me and him. If she DM'd him, sure. Okay? But as far as just liking it, he did nothing wrong by screen grabbing this, honestly, because she's been public about this already. How many interviews and how many tweets have I covered on this show, PWT, about Deonna talking about how TNA has the best locker room she's ever been in. It's the best locker room. She's so proud of the ladies. There's always the best atmosphere. She misses it. She's a current champion in ROH right now. She can't get booked in AEW. She can't get booked in ROH. She doesn't even get booked in ROH. Why? Because she spoke out. That's why. Because she put TNA in their locker room over. That's why. Tone sleuths Twitter, sees that shit, and goes, well, fuck you,
guys, Tony Khan.
Okay? That's what happened. That's what happened. It's not a coincidence. Mega, whatever the fuck, is liking Nicolo Piccolo fucking tweets and shit. Instagram posts and shit. It's not a coincidence that she's liking posts like this, man. And I have wrestlers who like shit too. Now I'll snap a screen grab if it's like something trivial, like doesn't really matter. But like recently, I put out a tweet recently where I was like, yo, Dave Meltzer calls these people in TNA scraps, WWE scraps. And then I named a bunch of people who were recently at AEW shows, like Gallus and all these people, a bunch of them, a bunch of fucking wrestlers, like 10. And a few of them fucking liked the tweet too. And I was like, what do you call them? WWE scraps when they're in AEW? Now I'm not going to screen grab that and blow up anyone's fucking spot. Okay. If Tone wants to wash all 10 fucking people I named, okay, go ahead. That's only going to hurt you, buddy. But it's like, these wrestlers aren't fucking going to sit there and just let Tone do this to them either. At what point, like, we've seen Angel Ortiz go, I don't know when I'm getting booked. Eddie Kingston has to come back and go, we're tagging together, dog. And then Angel Ortiz disappears again. Lance Archer, every day he's like, hey, I can't control when I get booked and shit, but I can thank God, da-da-da-da-da. I can thank God every day. He's more positive about it, but he's still tweeting shit out like, why can't I get booked? So I didn't bookmark every public thing, but over the last like year, we've been chronicling Deonna Purrazzo specifically and how she continuously puts over the TNA locker room and how she continuously puts out little fucking, hey, I'll be on TV, or hey, I could get a match, or hey, I could step up and whatever. You have women publicly begging to get on TV. And Tone can't figure it out. Deonna Purrazzo actually got a pop when she debuted on Collision, and people were excited for it. And then they just completely fumbled it, put her in ROH, put a title on her, and she can't even get a match. It's a fucking travesty. And she liked this post. Tony needs to let you go back to TNA. Deonna Purrazzo calls ROH inactivity really upsetting. Now, the problem is when you start doing this, you're frozen. Now, guess what? You're frozen. However, when you start doing this, WWE goes,
Wrestling's not fake!
And they go, Deonna Purrazzo, come on now. So, shout out Deonna Purrazzo. I hope that Tony gets his shit together and she gets booked. Enough mogging Tony Khan and AEW. Let's take a listen to Harley Cameron doing her thing with her beaver. Pause. And she's playing with her beaver here on camera. And let's take a look at her. She's got her hand up her beaver and she's playing with it on camera, and she's going to throw her voice here, and we're going to see how it...
It's the most difficult part of the song. Are you ready?
Nope.
What?
I didn't rehearse.
Well, it's okay.
It's too high.
It's too high. I know. We'll slow voices really quick. Oh, it's like a ring, no, it's like a ring, no, it's like a diamond ring on the wedding finger, oh, like a big and shiny diamond that I could wave around and talk and talk about it. When the day is so good, you got that I can drown it. Hey, this guy is yes to me, help me swap back. Baby, where's my husband? What is taking it so long to find me?
Yeah, there you go, man. She's incredibly fucking talented, and yeah, luckily they're building her up. Like, hopefully Tone doesn't fumble Harley Cameron when he has it. Like, it should be a layup. She's a slam dunk, you know? And Anna Jay's missing and shit. It's like, all right, I guess Harley Cameron hopefully gets it done and becomes something in that company, and hopefully she can really get it together. I think she's at a point though where to really take it to the next level, unfortunately, like Julia Hart, like Anna Jay, like Sky Blue, like Queen Aminata, like Harley Cameron, I think and like a Willow, and maybe Willow, I think Willow's good enough, to like she could just be main roster, honestly, if she were to go to WWE. But these girls that the aforementioned ladies, I think need NXT to just take it to that next level. All of those ladies I just mentioned need NXT to take it to, they're just going to be stuck in the mud. They got to take it to the next level with their careers. And you're going to have to do that in NXT. I don't even think TNA, you know, maybe if Harley, I'm not saying Harley's leaving anytime soon, but hopefully Tone like actually continues to build her up correctly. But as far as like what it takes to become a superstar in pro wrestling, I think NXT to take it to the next level, how to TV wrestle the right way and stuff. But shout out Harley Cameron. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Ichi Nisanda, everybody. That was AEW news. And ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. We have breaking fucking news. When was this? Was this? Yeah, no, we did that one. We did that Tone live. Okay, I was checking if Tone had a live from today. But breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the show to break some news, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Sorry, you guys had to get mogged by Jericho there. We got WWE news coming up, ladies and germs. Make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. And yeah, make sure you guys if you need to get VPNs, nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes. I think they're doing with the link down below right now, it's 73% off. And for like new signups and an Amazon gift card, and it's just in time for WrestleMania and shit. It's all of WWE's on Canadian Netflix and YouTube. It's very simple. If you're like, I don't know how to use a VPN, you just download the fucking app, and then you turn the thing on, and you just pick like, I want to be from Vancouver, and then you go to whatever, and then the internet's Canadian internet. Then you go to YouTube, if any, you know, or whatever, wherever you want to be from. Protect yourself online. That's my plug. So let's head over to WWE news. And let's get into, yeah, right here. 73% off an Amazon gift card. Make sure you guys check that out right there. There's a link down below. And I actually use NordVPN. It's not like dick pills that I don't use or some shit I'm shilling you guys, right? It's actually, I use that shit every fucking day. I used it way before they ever hit me up in the first place. So where do we start? Where do we start in the Federation news? We're going to do attendances and ratings and all that. And then we're going to do like the WWE ID recruits and all of the trademarks and all of these things. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWE news. Let's get into it here. WWE Raw on Netflix views for last Monday's episode. This was like a couple weeks ago. They were down from the prior week. However, it was still on the high end of shows since the post-WrestleMania episode last April. The show scored 2.9 million viewers globally for the week per Netflix data, down 6% from the prior week with 5.1 million, blah, 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 blah. Globally, it was number 7, down from 5. For me, SmackDown was fucking up there. SmackDown was like 1 or 2 or whatever the fuck when I woke up this morning, and I watched it this morning. So yeah, Raw doing its thing, definitely still beating Dynamite. Okay. NXT tied its best 18-49 since September when Nielsen, shout out Raj Giri, by the way, when Nielsen changed to the big data plus panel methodology and scored its second best audience this year for Tuesday's episode. NXT averaged 637K viewers, up 1%. With a 0.12 in the key demo, up 50%. Now check this out too. The most recent NXT, I might have to scroll way up, guys. Pardon the fucking doom scrolling here. Got to go way up for this one. NXT on Tuesday, this last one, did a 744,000.09 in the key demo. 744, man. Crushing. And it's funny because there were some sicko meltdowns where some folks were like, how do they keep doing it and shit? And it's like, how do you think they keep doing it? How the fuck do you think? Because they rule. Like, NXT's a good show. I know that people fucking like don't want to try and pretend that they don't like NXT, but it's bullshit, man. NXT is a solid show. And so that was awesome. That was amazing. A great rating for them there. And up like 100,000 from the week before. And it's funny because Dave wants to be like, oh, all of fucking wrestling's hot, or he wants to go, AEW's really hot right now. Or he wants to be like, there's a big leap in all of this stuff. But then for NXT, it's like, oh, well, you know, wrestling's just really hot right now. Like, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Moving along now with ratings and attendances. So the Elimination Chamber, and this was yesterday that this was posted. They've distributed 15,000 tickets. They're set up for 17,000. And we're going to talk about them blocking because they're doing blocks for the Elimination Chamber as well. We're going to talk about all of that in a little bit. We touched on it earlier a little bit on the UFC side of things. But yeah, the Elimination Chamber crushing it attendance-wise. And Elimination Chamber is becoming a big show like every year right after the Rumble, right before Mania. I really look forward to it. And I'm pumped to see who comes out of that thing. Like slowly and surely we're seeing, I think we have 5 competitors on, or do we have all 6 competitors on both sides now? I forget. I don't know, Lex Luger. But yeah, I'm excited for Chamber, man. And it's 1 week from today. Time Cop. So moving along, I think we have a few more numbers here to go over just to keep everybody up to date with everything. We'll talk about those PLE numbers in just a second, but SmackDown ratings on Friday, they were down from recent weeks with the show moving to Sci-Fi due to the Olympics. SmackDown averaged 0.42 million on Sci-Fi, dude. They still did over 1 million. So I didn't think that at all. I was like, dude, they're going to do an 800,000 or some shit. So all the people who were like, no Millie SmackDown, they look silly for saying no Millie. No, listen, they look silly, though. The people are vindicated who are saying it's just a dip right now because of the shit on TV. Like, SmackDown will bounce back, da-da-da-da-da. They go to Sci-Fi, everyone expects it to be a slaughtering. They still do over 1 million. Now, should it be 2 million and shit? Yeah, sure. If it's the Attitude Era or whatever, could be 2 million. I don't know. But as far as this, they're only down 30%. That's a significant chunk, but over 1 million on Sci-Fi. I just didn't expect that. And so good for SmackDown. We're going to circle back to the Mania attendance because I want to talk about Mania specifically. And so I think that's all we have for attendance. And no, one more here. Raw, which goes down in a couple days. Brock is going to be there. 11,000. It's pretty much sold out. You know what I mean? 5 hours ago was the update. They're at 1090. 1156 is what the fucking previous was, or pardon me, the setup was, or is. It might be more than that if they sell them. I'm sure they will sell those tickets with walkouts, blah, 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 blah. So good for them. What else do we have here? So we talked about Elimination Chamber a little bit. And I'll do more of a preview. I'll do predictions and all of that when it's closer to the day, of course. But Elimination Chamber, well, we can, again, circle back to this. But, you know, they're being blocked as well. And WrestleMania is, as far as watch parties are concerned in Chicago, but WrestleMania's attendance. Now, it's crazy to me, and I talked about this on the other show. People are saying this is a flop somehow. Meanwhile, you know, people are pointing out, look, this one isn't beating last year's Mania, but it's beating the Mania before that one. And exactly, you can look to that. It's never an L for WWE. Why? Because we've seen them bounce back. We've seen them be the top, the number 2 company. We've seen them bounce back from shit. We've seen them get lower in popularity, come back and make billions. We've seen them gouge. We've seen them run hella fucking house shows on the cheap. We've seen them do everything over the fucking years. So the trends are always going to have dips and ebbs and flows and peaks and valleys. But just even looking at the sheer numbers, like in what universe is doing 40,000 2 nights in a row, an L? Now the L, you could say, I mean, a lot of people are pointing out, well, look, the tickets are cheaper now. Well, yeah, because they have to fucking mark them down. You know, they have to do that. And I think what people are waiting for is last second, hey, they're going to start giving away a bunch of tickets and shit like this to try and fill it up, you know, UFC style, WWE style, AEW style. Everyone does this, okay? Now, where the L lies, I think, is obviously the prices at launch and stuff like that, even though there's clearly a demand. You look at the people in the queues and all of that. People are there. We need to attribute it to, okay, the L is like you fucking are doing it in Vegas again. Tourism's down overall. There's a hotel, and this is why this matters too. Like Canadian tourism's way down, especially like way more down than the average. It's way down in Vegas. My wife was telling me there's a fucking hotel in Vegas right now that their promotion right now is like, we'll accept Canadian, like everything's in Canadian prices, and we'll accept Canadian money to try and lure Canadians down because it's a big part of their business. And they're like, where the fuck are all the Canadians? People just don't want to go to the fucking States. People aren't going to Vegas. Everyone's gouging. And it's a fucking L when WWE does shit like, yeah, we're going to fucking block bars and shit. All the old heads are coming out going, well, back in the 80s, they used to do this all the time. I get it, guys. We live in the day and age of, I can just look it up on my phone. I can just, whatever's on Netflix, I'll get you a link. But we still pick and choose things to support, and you want to support WWE. What if I'm in town? What if I can only afford to go to one fucking night of Mania, and I want to go party and watch it at a bar the night before? And all the bars are like, well, we're not even allowed to show it unless we pay this incredible fucking price or something like this. I don't know exactly. Like UFC cracked down on this as well. And I'm trying to tell you guys, just from experience, the reason I bring the MMA UFC shit up to this show is because years before, UFC cracked the fuck down on bars and everything like this. What did they start doing? What did the research find? These bars and shit were just looking up the link and putting it on their TVs. They were just using VPNs, going to BT Sport in the UK, and just playing it at fucking bars. Now, if you got caught doing that, did they try and sue the fuck out of you? And what were bars doing? They revolted and said, nope, we're going to buy the pay-per-view still and show it. And then UFC was like attacking those bar owners and shit. It backfired to the point where Dana White was coping. You can type in Dana White Stream East. Go online and type in Dana White illegal streaming and get ready to fucking belly laugh at his cope of like, yep, we got the guy. Right when you turn the thing on, we're coming to get you. We're going to fucking take you down. I'm never giving up pay-per-view. Now they're on Paramount Plus streaming. And there's a reason for that. So it doesn't serve you well. There's a reason, like the Olympics, for instance, too. They just upload the hockey games to YouTube right after they happen, at least in Canada. They just upload it fucking right on YouTube, the game in full. Why do you do that? Because this whole game has changed. So to block bars, that's such a fucking UFC tried that shit and it didn't work. You know, these fucking watch parties. Oh, if you host one of our official watch parties, okay, man, not everyone's fanatics. You know what I'm saying? Like it's tough. It's hard out there for people right now. People want to be fans and support WWE and go to the pub and watch some fucking wrestling. And they might be hurting to pay rent this month and shit too. And I'm not saying like that's everyone in the fucking world, but you got to be conscious of that a little bit. And it's fine. I mean, the demand's there, 40,000 people both nights. Why would they stop? I get it. And I'm the first guy to go, dude, WWE just landed a $40 bajillion deal with Netflix and the Saudis and CW and ESPN, and you can't really deny that they're the cream of the crop in the pro wrestling industry. Yeah, I'll argue that till I'm blue in the fucking face. That's a quantifiable metric. And as a fan, when they've been building, like I've preached this, they have the best production. They present the wrestlers the best way. They have the best stages and the firework displays and the level of superstars that they're able to get. And all the sellouts. As a fan, it's appealing to watch at home, to be in that atmosphere when you buy a ticket, something you don't ever forget. The ass pounding in the fucking savings account you don't forget, but also the atmosphere and being at the show and all of those things, right? I'm all for that, like absolutely. And I will argue that those aspects are fucking important and they do deliver on these things. At the same time, though, they also cut back on C-list house shows and shit. Not C-list, you call them. They fucking Roman Reigns used to be on those shits. Is that right? Like they cut back on like a lot of the fan service aspects as well. Okay. Now, is the fan service if you can afford to go to the PLE and hang out at Fanatics all day and pay $60 a headshot and get your picture with fucking and pay to, yes, if you can afford all that, absolutely, the Fanatics and fan service experiences they offer are fucking amazing, incredible, the best things ever. It's still old time, good old wrestling at the end of the day, right? Like people want to go to the matches. You want to take your family to the matches. It's getting tough. And it's not like this is sicko outrage, unwarranted criticism. Also, earlier in the show, we talked about how Ronda Rousey broke it down. Like, in the UFC, they're not trying to put on the biggest fights and the fucking best matchups. Now they just want to put on, which inevitably UFC only puts on the best matchups. I addressed that as well. Inevitably, like it's the cream of the crop. Too many guys have been fraud checked recently for it to not be the case. But they don't care about fucking now, like people don't even get pay-per-view points anymore. So it's just like Sean O'Malley, sure, you can be on the undercard. You don't even have to be co-main anymore. He was one of their best guys, one of their top draws, you know? Like every one of their YouTube clips shit the bed. UFC's YouTube was fucking up. All of their clips were shitting the bed, and Sean O'Malley's get the most views. It was like that for so long for them, to where it was like they were fucking shoehorning him to title opportunities and stuff. And, you know, Ronda Rousey said it best. Like, they're just interested in putting on like what they can do, the cheapest fights they can put on, because they get the $7 billion. All they have to do is just do this amount of events. That's why there's fights, so many fights from the Apex, because they own the building. It costs them nothing, and they already get the money. It's just at that point, it's nickel and diming. It's like you got $77 billion. You're not investing in the fighters. You're not paying them like boxers. You're not paying them like fucking Conor Benn, who signs a one-fight $15 million fucking deal. You're not making the production any better, UFC. You're not fucking making sure Joe Rogan's at all the international events so that the commentary isn't just fucking glib and fucking boring. You're not fucking reinvesting it into certain things that would make the fans appreciative. Like, yeah, MMA fans sometimes want to see circus freak show fights. That's why people like pro wrestling. Now, again, it sounds like I'm just burying WWE. I'm a Fed E-drone E-bot. You guys all know this. The IWC never fails to try and remind me of this anytime I'm critical of AEW. But again, for the people doom and glooming this event, should TKO be criticized? Across the fucking board, daddy. Yes. Yes. On the WWE side, does it appear as though they're reinvesting way more in the talent? Yes, absolutely. People are getting huge paydays, their own fucking buses. More people are getting pyro and shit. WWE is showing me the money they're making from these deals in the fan department, at least visually from the comfort of my own home and things like this, right? And the accessibility of it. It's everywhere. YouTube, for me, at least in Canada, Netflix, YouTube, every fucking show. Oh my, it's just right there. WWE rules. It's just right up in my face. They're giving me tons of content. I love it as a fan. And it's consistent, right? On the UFC side, I don't think people are seeing it as much. And when it comes to the pricing and all of this, yeah, it's shitty that TKO's just, nickel and diming and gouging. They can get away with that. Everything's gouged right now, though. Just in society, across the board, man. America and Canada, everything's the economy's terrible. Across the fucking board. As far as like inflation and how much everything costs versus what we're paying in taxes and then what's actually getting done about things. It's the same here in Canada as it is in fucking America. And so, yeah, tourism's all the way down. Vegas is trying to get people there just regardless of Mania. Who gives a fuck? Guys, if they had gone to Louisiana, would they have done 70,000 both fucking night? I don't know. They might have just done 40,000 both. Like, it's not an L. To have 40,000 people at both fucking nights of WrestleMania is crazy. That's crazy. And it's so crazy at the prices it's at. TKO should not be fucking swiping these bars and shit. And they're also doing it because of this Fandango deal they have with movie theaters, because they also want to centralize it and get everybody at the theaters. Like, oh yeah, there's watch parties, but you got to go to the theater. Okay, well, what if the theater sells out? What if the theater charges fucking 10 times more for beers because they're a movie theater and I just wanted to go drink some beers and watch fucking WrestleMania with the boys? Like, that's the part where it's cooked. There needs to be, and this might sound dramatic, but there should be some sort of law in place to protect business owners, because this is all it's fucking is, like, business owners. And a lot of times franchisees who are barely cutting the mustard, who are barely making a living too. And it's like, because the franchisor might tell them you have to get it and it's out of your pocket and shit like this. Right? So it's fucking a lot of people, and it might sound dramatic, but no, they've passed laws for things where it's like the hospitality business needs to fucking stay in existence for these reasons. There's shit like that to protect servers and stuff. They need to fucking pass something where people can't do this. Like, if you buy a fucking pay-per-view and you own an establishment, you should be able, and I know laws are in place. Shit's probably state to state as well. America's cooked that way. Same with Canada. Things are province to province and stuff. But I don't know, man. It just seems shitty that they're doing this, for local business owners and whatnot. I totally totally get the frustration from people, and also for the chamber, like Elimination Chamber. And let's say they did it just for Mania. Okay, once a year, it's like their Super Bowl show. But imagine doing that for the Super Bowl. I get that the fucking old heads want to be like, oh man, they used to do this for the Oilers game and shit back in the day. I get it, man. But like it just seems such a fucking, you can't do, because all those people are just going to respond by illegally streaming it. Then you're going to look at the illegal streams, and then you're going to go, we're fucking leaving all that money on the table. Let's punish the fans further. Fuck, that's cooked, man. So chamber watch parties in Chicago are also being blocked due to WWE's new blackout rules in an effort to increase ticket sales. And it's not just that. It is the theater thing, which a lot of these people conveniently are leaving out. Like, it obviously has to do with, we want you watching because we get a cut of the Fandango sales. And for those of you who don't know what that is, Fandango isn't the wrestler Johnny Curtis. Fandango's like this movie theater thing. They partner with theaters, and then they show the pay-per-views, which theaters were already doing on their own, but Fandango makes it more of like a pro wrestling fan vibe, and then they share a split or whatever. It's essentially Fanatics, but for movie theaters. Pardon me, as my nose is just dripping and dropping, and my throat gets raspier. But again, we look at WWE. Well, here's an email people are getting. So let's look here. This is just ridiculous. Elimination party watch, whatever. Melissa says they're blacking it out so people will go to the theater and watch it. Yet another corporation deal to get money from fans. Yeah, listen, a corporation or a businesses, and especially in the entertainment and sports world, and you're in the business of ticket sales. Everybody's job is to get money from fans. That's not a thing, right? That's not a bad thing whatsoever. So when people say shit like that, yet another ploy to get, well, yeah, that's their fucking duty. That's their job. So don't, it's the same with like, where's your favorite spot to eat? They might cook delicious food, but it doesn't mean they're not trying to make money. It's Wagyu beef. Yeah, and they charge way more for the Wagyu beef because they're trying to make money. It's not free Wagyu beef. You know what I'm saying? So it's a multiple factor. Both things are true. It's the theater thing, and it's the live attendance thing. But catch Elimination Chamber live from Chicago. WWE and Fandango, the nation's leading online movie ticketer, are bringing the action to select theaters. Plus, Fandango Fan Club member gets one kid's ticket free. So, yeah, it is what it is, man. People can say, oh, Vince wouldn't have did this. All they fucking want. It doesn't change the fact it's happening. And who really gives a shit what Vince would do? That's my answer to that. Most definitely. And I wrote this about it. It's a massive L. Imagine you go to Vegas to buy tickets to night 2 and want to go and watch night 1 somewhere, and you can't even do that. And the reason Mania ticket sales are quote unquote down is because Vegas is expensive as fuck. Nobody wants to go to America right now, and WWE's gouging on top of it. Blacking out bars and venues doesn't solve any of those issues. It's just going to turn people off. And that's just it. It's a turn off, man. But again, but I'm on the side of like, it shouldn't be as doom and gloom as people are making it out to be either, though. It's really not an L this WrestleMania, but some of the conduct of TKO has seemed like almost punishing fans in a way where it's like, what the fuck? People want to buy tickets, you know? It is what it is. And we look at these numbers. This is why they're able to do this. So, you know, last year, WrestleMania shattered all the records for ticket sales. So listen to that. All records for ticket sales revenue in pro wrestling history last year. So they thought they were going to redo that again. And that's just not the case. But apparently this Mania is already tracking better than the one before. So I don't blame them for looking at that and going, let's go back to Vegas again. I don't blame them, but I just think it's a fucking L. And again, people point to the 80s. They go, well, they did it for Mania 4 and 5. Yeah, that's cool. It's almost WrestleMania 45. So how about we don't go to the same city 2 times in a row? And I don't know why they didn't have their finger more on the pulse of the climate of, I guess, tourism and whatnot. But how do you predict those things? And it's still 40,000 tickets sold each night. So what are we even talking about? But yeah, last year's Mania crushed every ticket sale revenue in pro wrestling history. Every single one. So like all in, whatever the fuck, don't matter. This one shattered the record. That's the Wagyu beef, folks. That's the Wagyu beef. Oh, McDonald's serves way more people, but it's not the fucking best. Okay, so AEW has the world record for most people, but it didn't even beat the all-time fucking gate, which was last year, which had less people, more over 2 days, but less people per night. Like, you know what I'm saying? So this is the Wagyu beef. Boom, and shout out Thirsty Thurston for posting that one. So Raj Giri says that WWE announced the first ever PLE to be held in Italy. Clash in Italy will take place at the Enhalpe Arena in Turin on Sunday, May 31. I'm an asshole. Raw will also emanate from Enhalpe. So they're going to be in Barcelona, Turin, Strasbourg, Lisbon, Madrid, Bologna, Rome, and Florence. And I don't know why AEW doesn't do this, and then they fucking do PLEs or special events or whatever, dude. If Tone has all that fucking money rolling in, do this. And this is where fans are seeing all the money WWE's bringing in. We're seeing it. They're going to more places. They're setting up shop where they're like, well, we might take a bit of a hit in this European whatever the fuck. There, chance it out, we might not draw, but we seem to be hot everywhere. And then turns out it's some of their hottest crowds because there's such a demand for it. So, yeah, that's where you're seeing it pay off if you're like a European fan. I wish they would do some of these towns in Canada that they don't fucking do anymore, man. Pardon me. So speaking of TKO and their plays, their money plays, TKO CEO Ari Emanuel is reportedly trying to turn Pat McAfee into the next Sylvester Stallone. Hey, Adrian. He is booking McAfee into film and TV roles, with McAfee having a 4-episode arc on the upcoming season of Tulsa King, which stars Stallone. He also has a role booked in the upcoming Mosquito Bowl movie. So, what do they mean by the Stallone thing? Like, hey, this guy's kind of a punch drunk. Adrian, he's punch drunk. Like, here's a guy who's kind of slow and stoned. Let's fucking... He was a pro athlete, though. Let's get him in action movies. Maybe it'll work. I don't really see McAfee as that guy, but the right role can change your life, man. So WWE's also been making history in other ways here, because John Cena's retirement show just made history. The event pulled in 6.5 million, 6.6, we'll say, or 6.7 in ticket sales. Officially the largest live gate for an arena event in WWE history, the greatest to ever do it. So the largest live gate in history. Why didn't he do it at 50,000 at WrestleMania? And John Cena said it, because that's selfish. Meanwhile, he sets a fucking record for like a 16,000 seater or whatever. So round of applause to the fucking goats to ever do it. The fucking goat. And they've been trademarking a lot of things and announcing shows. Obviously, Night of Champions is slated to be in Saudi Arabia on June 27th. So I'm glad they just, Night of Champions, give everyone super fights, champ versus champ, exhibition bouts, or just a series of title matches, battle for the belt style, whatever. But they've been trademarking a bunch of shit, and there's been a bunch of WWE tryouts. Also, WrestleMania 42 tickets, 25% off, daddy. So get them while they're hot. They've lowered them significantly. We fucking covered that. But they filed to trademark WWE Domination, WWE Generations, WWE Eras Collide. Now, let's theorize on what these could be. Booker T getting a huge pop on camera in Houston at the UFC. I can dig that. So WWE Domination, what could that be? Like the name of a tour? The name of a PLE? The name of a head-to-head show with the best guy? What do you guys think
The best
could be
guy is
the
Tony
name?
Khan.
What would you, a reality show? I don't know. WWE Generation sounds like some Netflix shit you do on Netflix. Here's the generations of whatever. WWE Eras Collide, which seems as though it could be another name for whatever generations is. Like those could be, you could possibly interchange those. If Eras Collide, now stick with me here. It's a special event, and I'm just fantasy mark booking here. Imagine it's a special event where you get like a Trish versus a Tiffy, a Lita versus a this, like a one night only. Fucking this guy comes back for a one-off against this guy. Different eras of WWE collide in this. Fucking Stone Cold comes back. Maybe not for an Eras Collide, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, who can go? You want to have an old-timer legendy match. Or maybe it's some unique show. Maybe it's something more forward-thinking where it's like, what's an example? Here's CM Punk, and then they do like a 2-minute thing on him and compare him to someone else. This is Eras Collide, hosted by Peter Rosenberg. Fucking CM Punk, and he's kind of like Austin, and then you chronicle how their careers paralleled and may have overlapped or something. The Rock and fucking Trick Williams or something, like here's Eras Collide, whatever. I don't know what else that show could mean. It's either old school guys wrestle new school guys in like an exhibition showcasing a la fucking Cena's retirement show. And shout out John Cena again with the highest grossing whatever the fuck. And think about the people on the undercard for that. Oba Femi and Sol Ruka. And that's on them, bro. Historically, they get to make that claim forever that they were a part of that. Like, that fucking rules. Okay? So they trademarked that. They also trademarked some more things. We talked about the $735 tickets per Ticketmaster is the cheapest ticket, was the cheapest ticket. Now they're like $292. We talked about Clash in Italy. It's a me, Super Mario Brothers. And there is some more talk about what we were talking about. WWE broke all existing pro wrestling ticket gate records, 66 million across both nights as well, 33 million, and then Cena pulls up with the live gate, 6.5 million for a non-PLE or whatever the fuck that was, dude. Like, what a legend. But they trademarked a few other things. CJ Valor, Santi Rivera, Romeo Moreno. Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? WWE has filed to trademark the name Kai Kavari. Okay, and people have been sleuthing out what some of these folks' names are. Starboy Charlie got a WWE deal, which your boy Phil has been saying, fucking sign this guy. Not fake! So that fucking rules. Next, LJ Cleary, buddy. WWE announced a multi-year partnership with Dude Wipes, which you may remember from MMA back in the day, right? Superstar or actor / model J-Rod. What's this lady's name again? Let me click on this. There's J-Rod. Or is this her? No, there's some girl named like something Johnston who's like an actress and a model. So J-Rod, I don't know. Is she in the Independents? Okay, well, she's got a tryout. But also this girl named like something Johnston who's like an actress and a model. She's in Kevin Hart's upcoming movie. She's landed some big roles. She had a WWE. Here's actress and model Tessa Johnston. That's her name. So she got a real WWE tryout, and they asked her, like, would you go to AEW? And she's like, nah, fuck that. So hopefully she makes it through. They also trademarked Tristan Angels and Dorian Van Dukes. Frank Dukes. And what else? Who else do we have here? Sources indicated to Body Slam that Timothy Thatcher is going to be the GM of Evolve moving forward, which is pretty crazy, I guess. Also, Jazz has announced that she's now a member of the coaching staff at the Performance Center. So Jazz, you know, any women's locker room should be so blessed to fucking have her grace them with her presence. Pro wrestler Miranda Alizé, Tegan Knox's partner, who fucking walked out of that collision, is slated to take part in this week's WWE tryouts in Orlando. And people were trashing her. They're like, oh, she just left Tegan Knox high and dry. How did she do that? She's never been in WWE. She's going to try her hand in WWE. They walked out of AEW, man. It's not a big deal. AEW is not a big deal to people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people don't really give a fuck. Ulka Sasaki from Noah, and he's a former UFC fighter as well. And he's training at the Performance Center currently. And Ulka Sasaki, we'll take a look at his UFC career here quickly. And his record was 24-10-2. He retired in Ryzen, and his record in UFC was not too great. So he went 1-2, 2-2, 2-3, 3-3, 3-4, 4-4, 4-5. So he went 4-5. He was quite literally win one, lose one, win one, lose one, win one, lose one in UFC. And then he had a little run in Ryzen there. And yeah, he's at the Performance Center. Good for fucking him, dude. I'm excited for that. Third generation wrestler, Marie Malenko. And we played a clip of her wrestling in Japan recently. She's the daughter of wrestling legend Dean Malenko, has taken part in this week's WWE tryout. So let's get her signed up right away. You know, why not? Fucking just scoop her up right away. We talked about Ulka Sasaki. Shout him out. He fucking rules. Here's a photo from the final day. So again, Dave Meltzer's like, oh, there's a focus on big black Jack dudes. No, there isn't. They got Royce Keys, buddy. They're good. A very diverse looking class there, it looks to me. And yeah, I think that's all for indie talent. While we're staying in like tryouts and ID and all that, but we're talking about NXT news here. And we have some people who just got called up. So Obafemi competed on the most recent episode of Main Event, and some people were calling that a fucking L. They're like, that sucks. Why is he there? They're burying him. Listen, man, there's no fucking house shows. And even if they are, every match you have is documented. You got to get your reps in. The crowd went nuts for him. He fucking squashed Joaquin Wilde. Shut up. You know? He needs reps. There's only one way to get them fucking in. You got to get them in. However, you're going to get them in. And if that's on main event, that's on fucking main event. People got to quit crying about shit they don't fucking stand. So we're talking injuries here. And Roxanne Perez said she just undergone a surgery for a mass that was in her back. And she didn't tell anyone. She didn't announce it.
I thought it would be nice to give my fans some more insight to my everyday life and what I'm doing when I'm out on the road and on TV. I travel every single week for Monday Night Raw, the brand that I wrestle on, but I've been out for about a week now. I recently underwent a surgery to remove a benign mass that was in my back that was causing me a lot of pain for a couple of months, but I just didn't want to have time off. I honestly love what I do so much. It's been a dream of mine to become
Embracing the grind, bruv. So Roxanne Perez is a fucking grinder, bruv. You know what I mean? And she's just embracing it, and you gotta love that. You gotta love people who love what they do and, you know, figure out a way to be compensated to do it and who try to do it at the highest level. And I'm glad she went and got that shit cut out of her back or whatever the fuck. So Tony D'Angelo and his wife Isabella announced they're expecting their first child. So congratulations to them. Royce Keys also competed in a dark match on main event before SmackDown. So again, this is a guy who's skipping NXT seemingly, and they're going to throw him to the wolves. But first, let's let Nathan Frazier make him look like $1 billion. It's the right thing to do. And they're booking Oba really well. They're booking Trick Williams really well. They're booking fucking Powerhouse Hobbs really well thus far, in my opinion. Now, am I going out of my way to watch main event for Royce Keys? Royce Keys, you notice that? That's what I'm going to call him from now on. He's a Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I might. I might go out of my fucking way to start watching if that's where he's going to wrestle. I don't know, but you just got to get reps in, and there's not enough house shows to, and even if there was a house show, someone would film it on their phone, and then people wouldn't cry about it. That's the thing. So all you're doing is sparing the fucking IWC of their fifis, okay? Shout out Royce Keys. He's doing the goddamn thing. And Jada Parker announced that she's going to be out of action due to a neck injury, which is incredibly unfortunate. And as you guys can see here, she took this terrible neck bump. Now, I tried to play this on the show like a week ago and the videos weren't working. Maybe this one just doesn't work. You all saw it, though. Blake Monroe fucking legit dropped her on her head. Now, Blake Monroe's had a couple of little botches, and then she's on the fucking speed tournament, and everyone's like, what's going on with her? Like, why is she in the fucking speed tournaments? This isn't good. Is she being punished? I don't know about punishment or anything. I'm a fucking huge Blake Monroe fan, but if she legit injured Jada there, that's not good. Injuries happen, but she's been in 2 situations now where she got hurt and allegedly, and then like Botch dropped her title, and then she fucking, you know, is in this situation where she hits like a DDT, unprotected DDT on Jada trying to suplex her, and it hurts her neck. And it's like, I just really hope Blake is all good going forward in this. They don't hang this over her head. You know, that would be really terrible if that was the case. We're talking injuries though, and there was just an amazing spinning back kick on UFC there, a jumping fucking sidekick. But jumping sidekicks aside, Bianca Belair, who, you know, I had hoped that she was sort of staying silent about her finger injury because I was hoping it just was getting better and she was preparing to come back and win the Royal Rumble or something. I really think they need Belair to spice things back up. I'm glad she's healing up. A a lot of people online were like, oh, like dummies, she went public and said that her finger hurts and fingers are fucking still hurts and they get compromised and they take a long time to heal from and all that shit. Okay, whatever. Doesn't mean she couldn't have come back at the Rumble if all things went according to plan, at least according to her as well. And yeah, fingers are tricky. And she is now showing signs of progress. And I hope she returns soon. They need to spice it up on SmackDown a bit, but she provided an update after undergoing finger surgery. She says 10 months post-injury, 8 months of rehab, 5 doctors later, and we are finally here. Now I can finally start to put this behind me. Fingers and joints are complicated, frustrating, confusing, essential. If you don't get it, consider yourself lucky, and I hope you never have to find out. And then we get a video from her saying 7 a.m. therapy, first day after surgery. Now, why it'd have to be at 7?
Just to work on you extending that finger. In the middle.
So yeah, I hope she comes back. I was hoping for the Rumble. Someone told me some crazy shit. Now this one, I'm not even qualifying as an allegedly because this is just what's floating around there. You guys want to hear some shit? That Bianca filmed all this shit before. And that they're like trying to work people like this is all filmed before, and then she's going to miraculously come back when everyone thinks she's rehabbing her finger and she has been healed. I'm like, bro, she's taking fucking videos of herself. You know, you could fake it, I guess, but what? I think that's too stupid, man. So that doesn't even qualify as an allegedly in my book. That's way too conspiratorial. And yeah, we talked about Jada Parker there. So we're going to talk allegedlys and other things like that. But first, and we're not going to end with this. It's the 1 year anniversary of Wednesday. Now, this was like 10 days ago. Time Cop. And it was when I did that show. I originally bookmarked it where I did that fucking show where like the videos weren't working. So put me out of my misery. We're going to check back in. It's the 1 year anniversary of Wednesday. We have to cover it. Again, Thursday kind of ruined it for me, although I am a Kendall Gray fan. But, you know, it kind of just ruined the bit. But let's check in with Wednesday on the 1 year anniversary. Of course, Time Cop 1 week removed, 10 days removed. Let's check in.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. So this year we are celebrating big victories, small victories, and in the middle victories. So let's go ahead and start by celebrating the 1 year anniversary or birthday of Wednesdays. But not only is it the 1 year anniversary of Wednesdays, we're also celebrating 100,000 followers. I know it may not be much to some of you, but it means a lot to me. So I would like to take this time to thank the team that has made this happen. Let's go ahead and start with the director of Wednesdays.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're so welcome, man.
And the writing team of Wednesdays. And the sound team of Wednesdays.
The mics.
And the cameramen of Wednesdays. Of course, the host of Wednesdays. And you guys.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Guys, it's Wednesday. 3 count. Let's go ahead and get back to our just do it. Have you
asked a question?
Wrestling and our Hardy Boys.
Shia LaBeouf just getting punched out in New Orleans.
Ryan Sinclair ended up getting her my least favorite. Charles.
Favorite person.
Kendall joined the group. Darling here wants to be.
Get out of my face.
It's safe.
I remember seeing that.
Aiming the chin.
Oh.
It was to be a gentleman. Disappointed.
Do not follow me on TikTok.
I have a face and anxiety. Possibly rename it the Red QCC. And QCC forever.
We'll see about that.
Made it myself. Good, yeah. Sorry for
Friday for sure. I'll think about it though.
You're
QCC.
Knuckle sandwich.
Happy Wednesday.
I'm trying.
What are you two doing?
Amazing. Wow. Amazing. Absolutely shout out to Ren Sinclair. I'm gonna put some water and then we get into this next bit. How you guys doing tonight? What's chat up to? I could 100% buy that. Oh, is this even caught up? StreamYard's always fucking me here with the chats. Chat's going crazy tonight. And I just don't know where we're at because StreamYard dumps them on me like 25 fucking chats at a time, and it's annoying. Please hit the like button. Yeah, guys, there's been well over 100 watching all night on YouTube, and then over 200 watching if you factor in X. Hit the like button, please. Hit heart and retweet if you don't mind. Run the likes up. That's cute. Work me. What? Let's see. Remember, Grace is doing the same thing before she got called up to SmackDown, and she was never punished, so I think it's nothing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to doom and gloom. It's just what the internet's saying, and it's like she's been involved in a couple fucky things to where it's like, I just hope she doesn't get any. I love Blake, and yeah, she gets so much shit from the internet too. JJ says, LOL, Jada just worked a house show tonight. There you go. So dirt sheets were wrong again, I guess, about the neck tweak, the neck injury, if it's true. That's fucked up if they just made that up. Because again, what I'm saying, like, okay, what if Blake gets heat for that? Or what if someone, you know, it's just so shitty when the sheets are just making shit up, man. But we got to cover it, you know? It's out there. I don't know if I can say it. Jada was sandbagging Blake. Is Bruce Buffer retiring? No, I think they're just inducting him into the Hall of Fame, which he should be in the Hall of Fame. You have a deal. TKO has a deal with him. Why don't they fucking hire him to do the ring announcements at WrestleMania or something? That'd be fucking cool in Vegas for the main events. Have Bruce come out both nights. If he is retiring, that's beautiful, but I'm just watching this Bruce Buffer thing here. It's his 30-year anniversary with the UFC. Yeah, Bruce Buffer is the GOAT ring announcer of all time. Like, I know Fink for wrestling fans, and he's right up there. Fink is right up there. Bruce has got a bit of that Fink energy, too, where it's like, ooh, you know, oh, ladies and gentlemen, and like, it's just that, it's that GOAT shit, you know, that GOAT talk. And also Michael Buffer's awesome. I think they have another brother, Eric Buffer, who also does it. But Bruce is all-time fucking GOAT. Round of applause for Bruce Buffer. We got more Fed news. Don't touch that dial. So the ladies of the main roster had some shit to say. Again, I wanted to take a listen and view of this with you guys prior, and I didn't get the chance. Here's what Chelsea Green has to say about the current landscape of fickle fans in wrestling.
There's this weird culture surrounding wins and losses right now that I don't think really existed. Like, it's always existed maybe behind the scenes, but it's very strange. Fans are really hyper focused on, like, if you lose, you're a jobber. If you lose, you're being buried. And if you win, you're X, Y, and Z. Like, that's not true.
No, losing, you are a jobber, but it's not negative like it used to be. Enhancement talent, whatever. If you're a jobber, that's not even a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Two people are in a match or more. One person has to lose. Only one person can win and one person can lose. Like, hello, people. It is
like Damian Priest has been losing a bunch lately and getting thrown out of the Rumble by Keys. That's not a burial. It's just he's now fucking helping get other people over. They really need to heat some people up and shit. He's doing what he's supposed to do as a veteran, you know, as a locker room leader.
Facts. Like, facts. just because someone is losing does not mean
Priest just ate a pin. Priest just now, if you're Trick Williams and you're just eating pins, maybe it's like, whoa, what the fuck did he do? Supposed to be building him up, you know? If it's like someone new, or let's say out of nowhere, you just have like one of your, like LA Knight. If you want to argue, dude, he's being buried, or like they don't really fuck with him. Okay, I can't. Like some shit with LA Knight's been questionable. Maybe that, but I wouldn't even say buried. You know, he gets big wins. He's been a part of like a bunch of big angles. He's like that dude in the mix of all the top angles. He's like right there. And yeah, I don't know. Chelsea Green might be a jobber. I don't know. She wins titles, but if you were like, well, you're a modern day jobber, that's not even a bad thing.
they're
Anyway.
being buried does not mean does not mean they're a jobber. It does not mean, you know, all the silly things that we say. It's like, it's entertainment. It is entertainment. Just because LeBron's team, you know, sometimes loses, it does not make him a big loser. He's still the best. There's this.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think LeBron's the best. No, just kidding. But listen, there has to be jobbers. Like same with, you know, you watch comic book movies, superhero movies, or like, there's a bunch of jobbers in John Wick until he gets to the final guy. The Crazy 88 are the fucking jobbers. And Uma Thurman fucking wipes them out. The bride wipes them out before she gets to fucking the mid upper guy, right? Who's that? Not Yuki, but what's her name? Kill Bill with the spiked mace. I forget her name, but Yuki's like her twin. Yuki's Revenge. They just dropped. Tarantino like teamed up with Fortnite to tell this story that was supposed to be like a scene from fucking Kill Bill that ended up getting cut out, and then he like reworked it into a Fortnite thing. It's worth checking out, even if you're not into Fortnite. But moving along here, Tiffany Stratton had this to say. She announced she's going to compete in a bodybuilding competition.
9 weeks out from my second bodybuilding show ever, and I'm going to step on stage again and just kind of see where things are at. I remember I fell in love with bodybuilding, and then I got signed to WWE, so I couldn't really do both at the same time, but I feel like now I'm in a position to where I feel like I can balance it now. So I'm going to take you guys with me to my workout. We're going to train shoulders and triceps. So we got a push day going down, and I've got a little bit of cardio afterwards. Let's go. And now I'm going to make my...
Okay, so I mean, you guys can go ahead and watch her make food on her TikTok or whatever the fuck. Let's move along here. So in other women's of wrestling's news, okay, Stephanie Vaquer is caught up in the middle of some controversies once more. Actually, it's old shit that's kind of resurfacing or has been looming, has always been there, you know. And over on Ringside News, we have El Cuatrero talking about the situation at hand. For those of you unfamiliar, I'm sure Ringside News will remind us all as we go ahead and head over to Ringside News here. So El Cuatrero claims violent incident with Stephanie Vaquer inside movie theater led to arrest. So he detailed what he says took place on March 3rd, 2023. And this is like why Stephanie Vaquer people were shitting on her, like, oh, she's willing to go to this company and whatever, blah, 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 blah. You know, they're all mad about her working with AAA because this guy, Del Rio, and Dragon Lee's cousin is fucking this guy that had a fucking, not fucking him, but like, you know, is this dude who had a problem with this guy and whatever the fuck. And someone went to prison or something. But El Cuatrero says, but then when she found out I filed one, instead of waiting for her rectification date, she acted the next day. So what happened was Cuatrero detailed what he says took place, describing a situation that escalated after he filed a complaint of his own against her. So she pulled up on him and started whooping his ass or something. He recalled the night clearly, saying he had been out at a public venue before everything unfolded. Cutrero then claimed that Vaquer confronted him at the theater and the situation turned physical, leading to what he described as a forced departure from the venue. The events happened on March 3rd, early morning. I remember because I had gone to the movies with a friend, the premiere of Creed at Park Delta. There were plenty of people there. She pulled me out of the theater violently and took me back to her apartment. Okay, it sounds kind of hot so far. No, I'm joking. Following the incident, Cutrero said events quickly escalated into legal action, eventually leading to his arrest days later. He noted that the most difficult realization came when he understood he could not be getting out anytime soon. He would not be, rather. The hardest part when I realized I would be staying there for a while. Cutrero ultimately spent 2 years incarcerated from March 23 to March 25 before being released. While the case remains unresolved and restrictions are reportedly still in place, he is now publicly pushing forward with his side of the story. His comments offer a direct account of what claims happened that night, though the broader legal situation continues to unfold. So basically, he's saying she flipped out on him publicly, and then they went back to his apartment, and then she got her ass whooped or something, right? Somebody go and get the ass kicked. Something like this, and they both had bumps and bruises, but he was incarcerated for the shit, and people have tried to blackball her since, is what came of that. Now he's short of sharing, Jesus Christ. He's sort of sharing his side of things, and there's still some things in place and whatever. She's thriving right now when people thought the opposite would happen. And yeah, hopefully I'm not too fuzzy on the details with that. And I hope they get that all worked out. And it's better to just bury that shit, put it in the past, and keep moving. You know, like Limp Bizkit once said, keep rolling, 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 my friends. Okay? And that's a women's drama in WWE right now, I guess. Some updates on the ladies. So Jeff Hardy and them had this to say. So Matt Hardy says he thinks the Hardy Boys will have some moments in WWE during 2026. He says that they're in constant negotiations, and it was very important for them to stay in TNA as opposed to becoming a WWE full-time act again. In TNA, we're going to be put in a position to succeed, and we can contribute. We can help the company grow and be better. The relationship with WWE has been great. Listen, man, just announced them for 2K26 already, for fuck's sakes.
Are you sure about that?
All we want is people to announce that these guys are in WWE 2K26, all right? That's all anybody wants. So speaking of what's going on with the legends, WWE announced that AJ Styles on next Monday's Raw in Atlanta, Georgia, he will be there, and it will be a tribute to him. Now, he's definitely staying in the Fed, okay? And clearly that's been worked out, and he's just loyal to WWE, which is a good thing. I also skipped over by accident that Kofi Kingston announced that Xavier Woods is out with a shoulder injury. And speaking of Big G, we're going to circle back to the Masked Man. But longtime WWE director Kerwin Silfies passes away at age 75. AEW did a tribute to him. WWE did a small tribute to him. And RIP, you know, everybody felt the impact of that. A lot of people were saddened by that, hearing about that. So prayers to his family and his loved ones right now. We're talking about things going on in WWE, though, and this crate gets dropped off. And there's two pressing questions. Who is the Masked Man, and what's in the bowl, bitch? Right? So, to me, this crate, like, man, I triggered people online again. It's like, listen, I'm not hating on this. I want to see what's in the bowl, bitch. I want to see what's in that fucking crate as much as the next guy. But the payoff can't be worth it. Like, we either have to believe somebody, someone suggested something that was really good, and I fucking forget what it was. But It's either going to be like a laptop with an anonymous GM, an anonymous person in control again. It's going to be someone's in the fucking box and we're meant to believe they're just living in there with no food, pissing and shitting for fucking a month straight in this box, living in there, which is fucking stupid. It's going to be like a golden egg. Like, you know, it's going to be something so fucking ridiculous. What could the payoff be? Now, someone said, like, it's going to be a contract stating some shit or something. I don't know. Maybe that's the case. I would love to know in the comments or in chat what people think. Some people have said Danhausen. Maybe, because it's goofy. You could be like, okay, it's Danhausen and, you know, he has the evil curses and he doesn't need to poop or pee or eat food. Maybe. But I think Danhausen, if he goes to WWE, he'll be a fucking like Mr. Iguana. He'll be a NXT act that does shit in AAA and then pops up randomly on Raw and SmackDown. But it's not like, you know, someone's coming out of the box and it's going to be a monster push. It's not like it's Chris Jericho if it was Jericho in a fucking box though. Oh my God. Jericho in a box would be hilarious.
Oh, come on
dude.
now, Eric.
That would just be a hilarious troll on everybody. But again, that's just so fucking stupid. It would almost like be, I just feel like people would shit on that as Jeff Neal just got K the fuck out. What is it? A fucking laptop? A contract stating that someone's no longer in charge, or that I have no clue, that Brock Lesnar can join the fucking I just don't know what it could be. So let me know what you guys think and what your best theories are. But when I point out how Vince McMahon-y this shit is, don't get mad at me. This is some gobbledygooker fucking golden egg limo exploding, is Vince dead type shit. Like, that's what this is. I'm sorry. There's no real way to get anyone over with this. But it's compelling, no less. I don't know. But the Masked Man. Now, I don't know how many times you can keep going to masked men and black hoodied up men before this shit gets played out too. I'm sorry. But a lot of people think this is Grayson Waller in this one. Like this masked man, this is a close-up look of him. People think it's Grayson Waller. That's a good guess just by the build and like the way he's got his little, like, I put my jaw kind of forward because I'm a cocky fucking, and then he's kind of trying to like do Seth Rollins, but it doesn't quite look like him. The little lean back while he's laughing, very Grayson Waller-ish. Clearly an athletic build, but kind of slender, you know? Looks Grayson Waller-y. So whoever it is, hopefully it helps him. But I'd be down with him in theory. Is that a step backwards? Let me know. Is that a step backwards? Getting Austin theoried up like that? So Kevin Nash, and we covered this already, but he faced backlash after his Uncle Tom remarks when he brought up Mr. Bojangles and Uncle Tom and all of this shit when talking about Javon Evans, and it really pissed people off. I talked about it already, but yeah, he continued to catch heat. I already did a segment on it. You guys go ahead and check it out. But lots of people put up tweets. Ringside News pretty much collected a bunch of them. And yeah, people just kind of want an apology, and they're really fucking upset that he was saying shit like this, and then Nash went on to delete it all. So maybe he regrets it too. I don't fucking know. But all of these out of touch tweets that he was putting out, some people were trying to say that those were all make-believe, like Konoha was parodying his Twitter. I don't think that's the case, man. I think he was really saying some dumb shit. So it is what it is, man. People dragged him. They want to drag him. They fucking dragged him. You know, not much you can do about it. Speaking of people being dragged. So first off, it's reported that WWE is indeed discussing a match involving Bad Bunny. That would likely be a tag team bout against Logan Paul rather than a singles match, likely not at WrestleMania, per Brian Alvarez. And that's a trying Brian right there. Right? And Brian and Dave, they're chuckle fucks, and they always get half the news. And this came out on the 19th. And, you know, we had other dirt sheets come out and say the same thing. Like, they're talking to Bad Bunny. We reached out to these people, and Bad Bunny's, they're in touch with their camp, and they have nothing set. Well, on February 5th, again, I just screen grabbed my fucking DM. Allegedly. You come to PWT, I got deeper scoops than the fucking, I got thicker scoops than the fucking dirt sheets, buddy. I'm scooping like an ice cream parlor out here. So I got this DM, and I read this on the show, guys, but here's a refresher. So apparently WWE are trying to get Bad Bunny to do WrestleMania this year. My guess is, this is before fucking, this is February 5th. My guess is that if they can get him, they'll do that Bad Bunny and Priest versus Logan Paul in a partner match. They've been wanting to do it for a while. I also heard, if you guys want an allegedly, not a dirt sheet, hashtag no dirt sheet.
Allegedly.
No dick pills, no dirt sheet. That, yeah, they're looking at a 6-man too, possibly there with, you get Theory in the mix there. And that's an option. So I don't know why they'd skip on Bad Bunny unless they're going to announce like a Puerto Rico show. Or did they announce a big Puerto Rico show? I forget. So many goddamn events going on. In boxing, MMA, pro wrestling, everything, man. And, of course, the Olympics. Like, we got Olympic hockey. Fucking bars are open in Canada at 6 a.m., dude, for the fucking gold medal game. Let's go. We're the comeback kings this year. The fucking ladies choke. That's all right. But maybe it doesn't happen at Mania, but, you know, Bad Bunny at Mania, I think, is a really big deal. You'd want to do that if you could. But Logan Paul kind of got felted for this too, right? He's been getting trashed because what happened was he got this Pokemon card that people like bought percentages of. I guess people bought in these Pokemon cards. Like it was worth $2.5 million. That one that he wears on his neck. And shout out this guy named Jamari on YouTube. I watch his videos, and he broke this down eloquently. Jamari, Jamari. Go and check him out. But, you know, Logan Paul's been on a blocking spree, too. Like, anybody who even reports or shares the story that Logan Paul got people to buy into this Pokemon card, and then he sold it and set multiple world records for $16.5 million. Logan Paul sold this fucking card, and the people who bought in on this card originally don't get any of the fucking money from that. Right? And then he has this whole thing set up where he's like, yeah, the site went down and I bought back the debt on this fucking card, and then we've offered refunds from the original thing. So you basically fucking are trying to say you did some sort of weird rug pull scheme. You did some weird rich guy scheme where people bought in at a certain price, and then you fucking, nope, I'll just pay you back if you want it at what the old price was, and now I just sold this for $16.5 million and get to pocket it all. And it's like, buddy, like, and he's done this with fucking CryptoZoo and all of these things, like taking CoffeeZilla to court over that shit. And I'm a space alien. But he meets the guy, this fucking coked up, fucking Adderalled up rich kid, and his brother. And his brother's like wearing Pikachu gear and stuff. And he's like a filmmaker. He's like a producer now. So this guy gets to determine what Netflix slop his daddy puts the fucking money into. These two daddy's boys just Adderalled to the gills, man. Bought this card for like $16.5 million, and he was there at the fucking auction. And then Logan Paul launched this new thing called like Rip It or something. And it's like a card ripping company where you rip packs and you invest in packs, and if they make money, you whatever. I would never invest in anything this guy's doing ever other than WWE or TKO stocks. So here's Logan Paul. He talks to the guy who he sold this card to, and just look at this shit.
I, T-Rex, dinosaur fossil.
Woo! This guy pulls out this fucking T-Rex, and Logan Paul has to sit there and be like, yeah, this is all cool. You're such a cool guy. You're definitely not fucking freaky deaky at all. I have my lucky dinosaur fossil. This is Tony Khan's best friend right here.
I, T-Rex, dinosaur fossil. That's on my list.
What?
I'm going to buy the Declaration of Independence, maybe from you.
Yep.
I'm going to buy the Declaration of Independence. Whoa! Whoa, man. Can we get some rent money over here? Like, what the fuck is going on? You can buy that? That's for sale? Holy man.
Bro, this is crazy. And I'm not stopping there. This was only the beginning.
And this guy announced, I watched the thing, man. This guy announced like the full thing. He announced that he's starting this website. And then he obviously plugged it on this fucking stream they were doing. But he started this site where he's just going to go collect like the craziest, rarest things of all fucking time. And just have them as like this weird historical museum. And the whole time Logan Paul's sitting there pretending to care. Whoa, dude, that's amazing, bro. It's amazing. Wow. And it's just, he just wants to be like, shut up, bitch. Give me my 16.5 and bounce.
Yep. This is my brother, Tony Lucci.
This guy, Tony Lucci, dressed like a fucking Pokemon, man. And he is, and here, this guy, he says that he produces movies. What kind of Netflix slop is this guy?
He's a film director.
A director.
And we have been fans of Pokemon since we were kids. Oh my God. This was the right way to start the treasure hunt.
You're just starting?
I just started it, baby.
We're Pokemon fans since we were kids. The first card I started in my treasure hunt is a $16.5 million Pokemon card. Whoa, dude, really? And then Logan Paul, he set these records of like the highest sold trading card, the highest sold Pokemon card, and the highest whatever sold at a whatever the fuck. He set like 3 world records.
Bro, that is so epic.
The treasure hunter.
The treasure hunter.
If you want to learn more about it,
yes, I do.
Go to treasuretrove.com.
I'm so intrigued.
I guess we fucking Coke business guy at a party, pitching you at a party. That's the vibes he gives me, man.
Follow.
I'm
at
so
Treasure Trove on
intrigued.
Instagram. There's a lot more coming, my man.
This is crazy.
This is crazy, dude. This is bigger than the card. It's bigger than me. I don't even understand what's happening right now, but it's surreal.
I don't even know what's going on. This is Tony Khan's little nephew, bro. Look at this guy, man. This kid rules.
Bro,
It's real.
God bless you. I think this is a great first acquisition for that treasure.
I fucking agree, man.
Oh my God.
I agree.
You're a gangster.
Oh, and look at he loves. Oh my God. This is some fucking rich kid like Tone living out a fantasy. He loves that Logan Paul put him over. You're a legend, dude. Oh, really? I'm smitten. Oh, you shouldn't have. That's all he wanted. That's what he wanted. He's more happy that Logan Paul just put him over than anything else because that's all he really wanted.
Oh my God.
I agree.
You're a gangster. You are fearless, bro. I was talking to the camera thinking I was talking to someone out there in the audience.
Why are all these rich dudes so fucking short?
Right over there. He's just
Weirds me out, man.
over there.
We were listening. We were listening.
Here, so was Rip It Ray.
Yeah.
God damn. And then they're just making cheesy fucking small talk. Shout whoever that dude is, man. Give your boy Phil Marks some money. I'll host a pro wrestling fucking talk show for you, bud. So we have a couple more things here I want to cover before we get out of here, man. Holy, almost a 4-hour-long show. Shout out the PWT universe who've been locked in. Hit like, hit retweet, hit subscribe, hit heart, patreon.com. I'm not sick, so we got Patreon content coming. So we got Jacob Fatu and Seth Rollins. Okay. So Jacob Fatu had this to say. He reveals he had 11 teeth pulled out during his recent dental surgery. So Phil Marks correct again.
Just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
He has an injury. All the speculation. Well, fucking, I tell you, he was getting his teeth did. Okay, I told you guys that here at PWT before anyone. Not that I even give a fuck that I'm right, because I'm not trying to be a news hound, but it's like how bad it's like Meltzer said. What he points shit out where sometimes people are like, well, why are you pointing this out? Who cares? Are you a sheet? Like, why'd you get the scoop? It's because it's like he can do a better job than Dave. You know, that's what he's showing. Like Dave will say some shit and then he'll pull his card on it right away because it's like, bro, you're talking out your ass. That's all it is. That's why I kind of flex it. It's like, dude, anyone could do that. Anyone could do that shit and then go come to my Patreon for scoops. You come to my Patreon for more sillies, and so we don't get copyright struck, okay? So Jacob Fatu talked about, Solo rubbing off on him, even though he's the older cuz. And let's take a listen and shout out Pro Wrestling Nation on Sirius XM.
I got to be able to pull my weight. Jacob Fatu, I don't want to be known as the cousin. And, I've been doing this since the Indies, but what I told Solo, it's a different thing from being on the Indies from being here. I'm older than Solo. But Solo, tell me what I need to do to be laced up in here. Because he done been in way more PLEs than me, But to get with I will never
and main events. There was like a year where Solo main evented every fucking Raw and SmackDown.
Anyway, this was to go back to what Solo was saying. Man, make sure you be able to bang with the best of them and make sure you're able to pull your weight. Pull your weight. And I don't want people to know me just as Jacob. Oh, he's just Roman and them's cousin. No,
like, you out of that the cousin category.
Yes.
Like you Jacob Fatu now.
Yes, sir. I got to be able to pull my weight. Jacob Fatu, I don't want to be.
Hell yeah, man. Jacob rules. He's going to be WWE champion. He got over so quickly. And so speaking of getting over, man, Seth Rollins talks about his career on Club Shay Shay, which is good. The numbers weren't too high, I got to be honest, but Club Shay Shay gets good interviews out of people. And here is him burying CM Punk, him talking about the guy who attacked him. And then Vince Russo, Barrow, pipes in and buries Seth Rollins. Seth the Rollins, Barrow. So here we go. Here's Seth Rollins trashing CM Punk for ghosting people and all of this stuff. And shout out Club Shay Shay.
He let me sleep on his couch. He let me ride his bus occasionally from time to time. He's a really good guy. And I would have done anything for him. And then he leaves the company and basically just completely ghosted. Like, just stop being a friend. Like, and I reached out to him multiple times to try to talk to him. And there was never any animosity between us. There was never like a falling out between the two of us. He just didn't like the fact that I stayed working for the company. And
well, hold on. Just because you leave, hold on. I want to eat. I like my living style now. And so because you had a falling out, I'm supposed to have a falling out too.
I wasn't the only person that he felt this way about. He lost a lot of friendships over this. He did this on his own. And I think, that would have been one thing. But then on the back end of that,
what were the wrestlers supposed to do? Stage a fucking walkout?
Spent many, many, many years.
I love when wrestlers explain shit like this and talk about stuff like this to like casuals who aren't just like all up in the weeds. Like Shay Shay, he probably watches WrestleMania or the Rumble. He's probably not a huge fan. Or even if he is a big fan, he's not as hardcore as like you or I. He's not a wacko or sicko. So I like to hear their reactions to stuff like this,
Taking kind of pot shots at what we were doing, what we were trying to do in WWE without him. And and look, when he left a pretty significant void. He was at the top. He was a top star. And we were trying to rebuild, and we didn't have a lot to work with. We were trying to make the thing great. And he took a lot of, shots on podcasts and interviews at me and at people who were trying to do good things for the industry that he supposedly loved. And at that point, WWE was my home. Right. And so when you starting to talk bad about my home and the people that I love and the people, I take that personally.
Right.
How am I not? And because we were friends and you didn't want to talk to me about anything when you left, how am I supposed to not take that personally? Right. So yeah, it was hard for me. And I did write you off. And I did say, F you. Like, I ain't got time for that, man. I ain't got time for people.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Like you. That negative energy trying to tear down everything we're trying to build here. I ain't got time for that. And so it really, really
I went outside to get me a
came
cool
back because
pop.
I go, dude,
Ain't nobody got time for
we
that.
did this. We did this without you. Not only without you, but in spite of you. We did this in spite of you. But you tried to make this not happen, and now you want to come back and reap
want to
the
be a part of
rewards?
it. That you see,
Yeah.
that you see, we didn't crumble
No,
without
we
you.
didn't. We got better and we got bigger, and everything is better now. And it had nothing to do with you. And so that was really hard for me. And I just, like I said, it's just a lot to get over. And I think literally, if he would have just replied one time to one text or one call and said, hey, man, I'm not ready yet. Or, hey, man, it's not you. I just can't.
I'm going through something.
Just one time, anything would have changed the whole narrative for me.
Hell yeah, dude. Whether it's a work or a shoot chat, I fucking love it. I just love that there's this beef between them. And is it real or is it fake? That's the whole point of what we're doing here, Daddy. So Seth Rollins, while on Club Shay Shay, he talked about why he didn't get this guy incarcerated who attacked him on Raw, the guy who bum rushed him.
A fan attacked you. Why did you press charges?
That guy, from my understanding, he was catfished by somebody pretending to be me, and he was not. He was. I don't want to, be rude, but
he's retarded. Just say it.
Not all there.
Right. I'll say it for you.
He's
on the spectrum. He thought he fucking was talking to you online. God damn, I do feel bad for the guy, but see, that Seth's a good dude, right? He could have totally fucked this dude's life up, but he was getting catfished, man, and it fucking sucks. No wrestlers are hitting you up asking for money or fucking trying to give you money or whatever the fuck this guy thought was going on.
There was something off about him.
Okay.
It felt like, for me, it felt like the wrong thing to do to try to get him incarcerated in any way.
Right.
And he wasn't a person that had the means to pay for a big fine and go through a whole legal process. I asked the, judicial system that contacted me. I said, could we look into please getting this guy some help? Like he's not. I'm lucky that he didn't bring anything to be particularly violent with. That's something that's very scary in situations like that. But thankfully, we got on the other side of it, and you're able to look at it. And
he put him in a front face lock. Remember, that was the stories. Vince was mad, but then people had to convince him that he was that he put him in an MMA hold or something. Now I've thought about this. If someone's sprinting like that at you and you don't see them coming, especially look at the Raw set and he's wearing Raw pants. Now, wrestlers, a lot of the time your instinct is to sell, but this guy tackles your legs. What do you do,
Look
Phil?
at it,
You might be asking if someone does that. So Seth didn't see him coming, and it doesn't matter if you're a big dude and someone comes barreling running at you like that. They can get you down if you don't see it coming. So what would you do here?
Okay,
I'm pulling a guard. So Seth Rollins grabbing his shirt and shit. I'm trying to fucking overhook both of his arms and bring him right into me, or I'm trying to underhook one arm and overhook the other one. Just either way, he gives it to me, and then I'm fucking either butterflies in on the legs or I'm fucking just pulling guard right away. Personally,
now
Seth does the wrong thing. He kind of goes for a choke when he's not proficient at chokes. This guy's ass is hanging out. Right, but his leg position, go for the choke if you fucking can trap his body, or if you can, just the way his legs are set there, you got to get them up on his hips, or you need the leverage. This guy's feet, even though his ass are out, has the leverage. Okay,
best course of action here.
He's driving forward too.
Here, and it's probably
and so if he had good jiu-jitsu, he would have locked that up probably quickly, but this guy's got a little meat to him. Who knows what his chin situation's looking like? He might have a couple extra chins.
Try to help this guy,
right?
if we can.
Bald head.
So
I don't think he has. Maybe he has hair.
to
Maybe he's not bald-headed. And then he slips out of it.
Here, and
right,
it's probably
real quick,
to try to help.
You got to
this
lock
guy if we
that
can
up.
do that.
Seth's also probably sweaty. And then Seth is lucky that this dude's the ref is there grabbing him, because this is no way to get out of a fucking.
I was not able to
he's
follow
got
up.
his
I
hair.
don't know, but
yeah, see, then the guy's pulling your hair. You're fucked. You got to start biting and scratching and fighting dirty back. I don't know. When people start hair pulling, okay, you just start eye gouging and ripping, fish hooking and shit, because there's no, now it's not even a fight, you know, or it is a fight, but it's like, you know, hair pulling can lead to fucking life or death. So we're,
what I do know is that
as far as
I
I'm
chose not to
concerned.
press charges for that reason. It didn't seem to me that was going to solve the problem.
That's cold.
But yeah, it's funny that Vince was like, "Oh, he looked like a bitch," and they're like, "No, Vince, he got him in a front face lock or whatever." That's funny. Even though he didn't really, he tried to get a guillotine, but it wasn't there. Seth is not proficient in his jiu-jitsu. He needs some classes with Nakamura. Nakamura would have fucking had that dude dead to rights. You know what I'm saying? So, moving along here, though, Shannon Sharp asks Seth Rollins why he didn't press charges. We just listened to that clip, actually. And now Vince Russo, bro, he goes off on Seth Rollins, bro, for not respecting the fact that, bro, let me tell you, I invented professional wrestling, bro, and this mark right here, bro, I let me tell you about this mark who should be behind the barricade, bro. Hand to God, bro, I swear to God, bro, brother in Christ, bro. Seth Rollins called me a hanger on, bro. The only thing hanging on are his last 2 brain cells, bro. I invented Juggalo Championship Wrestling, bro. So Seth really touched a nerve. Shout out Jeff Lane and Vince Russo and the Vince Russo brand and Ben Hameen. And here's Vince Russo going off on Seth.
Bro, you know what I figured out about Becky, Ben? I swear to God. And Seth, you little whiny bitch.
Oh,
you can go on
shit.
every talk show you want and talk about me. I'm an asshole. I'm a prick. I'm a this and that. Because you know what that wine.
I'm a liar. Oh, man.
It's down to you don't want to hear the fucking truth. You're a whining, crying bitch. Okay.
Oh shit! I need that on the soundboard. Let's bring
Listen to that. Because you know what that winds down to? You don't want to hear the fucking truth. You're a whining, crying bitch. Okay. So let me tell you what Becky's problem is in a nutshell. If I was producing Becky, bro, you know what?
And then they just cut it off. Well, what would be Becky in a nutshell? He's a whiny little bitch, according to Vince Russo. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE. And it was a long one, folks. Round of applause. The main event of UFC is about to kick off. It was a 4-hour PWT live show. Thank you all for being here. You all are fucking incredible. Again, next Saturday, I'm going to pop in and do something like Friday or Sunday. Okay. So just make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit the bell icon and all that good shit. Cause I'm going to review or preview Chamber, whatever the fuck. I'm going to be gone for Chamber on Saturday. I appreciate you all for tuning in. You guys are all the fucking goats. It was a long one, 4-hour show. That's what she said. Good. What's in the box? It was a long one. Go. Okay, guys, I love you all. Be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. I'm going to leave you with some Becca Daddy. She was on Collision tonight. Sean Strickland scrapping Fluffy right now. I got to peep that. Appreciate you all. See you guys again. Be good. Remember, Monday we're watching Raw. Brock Lesnar's return. And, yeah, here's some Becca to ease your minds and be good to each other. Love you guys so much. Thank you. Thanks. Tonight, thanks. I'm pulling a Tony Khan here. Peace.
It's Becca, bitch. You're about to get vile. Yeah. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. Ain't shit old but my wealth. And my oppie's getting dumber every day. Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin when I'm working on my fitness. On Becca, you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, yeah, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I be flexing like the juice high on tread, all natural. Better give her her tens. They say, Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey, Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs, I'm a woman in STEM. My eggs, fertile, healthy, and femme. My trades, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. Yeah.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup.